Hello and welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Going to be getting started very shortly with some more of the Warhammer World Championship Qualifier number 10. This time we're jumping straight into the semifinals. We've got Xiphos versus Parakeet. Got their faction picks locked in. Looks like we're going High Elves versus Greenskins. This is, of course, a grand worldwide domination tournament across several qualifiers. Now, this is the 10th qualifier. I believe we're getting close to the end. I'd have to double check. I don't remember exactly. I think there's 10 to 12 qualifiers. There may be one or two more, so definitely check out the Discord for the Warhammer World Championship if you want to join, if you haven't had a chance to do so yet. But certainly we're pretty deep into this. I will remind you, now that we're on to the semifinals, all of these players qualify to move on to the grand final. We just have to sort out who's the top among them. So, like I said, Parakeet versus Xiphos here. High Elves versus Greenskins. Gonna be getting started very shortly. Welcome, everyone. Good to see you all. Yeah, been a little bit chill on the channel lately. I have been a little bit slower on the pace of content just because I've been doing family stuff. And yeah, to be honest, not that I'm not enjoying Warhammer 2, or Warhammer 3 rather. I definitely still am. A little Freudian slip there, but I don't know. I just haven't felt as motivated to be playing as much multiplayer recently. I'll be honest, a lot of what Warhammer 3 I have been playing recently has been some campaign. And I have been playing and casting some multiplayer, obviously, a little bit here and there. I don't know. Hopefully we can get some fun domination games in today. See where it takes us. I don't have the pick and bans on hand to be able to tell you guys or show you here. At least I don't think. Are they broadcasting them in chat? I don't think so, but there you go. See how they get on. Xiphos, of course, veteran of Total War Warhammer, has been playing multiplayer for quite some time. And Parakeet I'm less familiar with, but we'll trust that he is skilled to have made it this far into the tournament. Let's see how it goes. Hopefully y'all are doing well out there. It's been an interesting time lately. Definitely waiting patiently for any kind of word on the next DLC, which of course won't be until the second quarter of next year, so like March, right? But we'll see. On that front, there is other Warhammer content to be played, though, and I've been debating on whether I should do a video. I'm probably going to do a video first and then try streaming after about the Old Realms mod for Bannerlord. It's essentially a Warhammer mod, a complete overhaul for Bannerlord. It adds lands, new factions, new troops, everything. Even adds like a magic casting system, gunpowder. Right now, there's only the Empire and the Vampire Counts, along with some minor mercenary companies, including some like Chaos Cultists. Definitely a lot of fun. I've been enjoying playing it, and I think I'm to a point in the playthrough now where I'd be comfortable showing it off. Got my band of knights and pistoliers and handguns. Quite fun, to be honest. Having a blast with it. And literally having a blast, because I'm, you know, blasting. Haven't managed to procure a pistol myself yet, but we'll see on that front, hopefully soon. Definitely interesting. I don't know, you know, plans with the mod wise, I don't know if it's even possible to do like monstrous units in the mod. It would definitely be interesting. They do have Demigryph Knights, but I'm assuming they just like, you know, use the camel to create the Demigryph as like an alternate mount for horses. I don't know though. I mean, they managed to get magic working, including, you know, necromancy and stuff, which I didn't think they would be able to do so. So it's quite impressive, honestly. I don't know. I guess it's possible that you could create a specific troop that just had like gargantuan size and crazy strong stats, like would one-shot most units in the game, but I don't know. It'd be interesting. The mod does add cannons, I believe, if if you're playing as the Empire, you do have the ability to get cannons. Yeah, super cool though. Super, super fun. The character I've been playing is, of course, a warrior priest leading a band of pistoliers, because what else would I play? Well, some of them have leveled up to outriders and even got a couple grenade launchers. Do have some Reiksguard and some Demigryph Knights as well, and a whole gaggle of Empire infantry, because why not? Anyway, that's enough of that. Hopefully these guys are about ready to get started here momentarily. It's like they've chosen their color schemes, which is clearly the most important part of this whole process. Yes. Just looking at something on the side over here. Yes. Yes. So, pretty excited about the Civ 6 DLC. I haven't played a lot of Civ 6 in my channel, even though it's a game I played a lot on my own time. I probably will play some on live stream just for fun, because it's something I really enjoy. And at this point, with Warhammer 2, I'm going to continue uploading, obviously, multiplayer battles, and may dabble in some campaign, although I feel like that's maybe unlikely at this point. We'll see. But probably will start to spice in some streams of some other games, maybe once or twice a week. Bring in some kind of variety, since, you know, there's going to be a delay before we get more World War Warhammer 3 content. So there you go. Speaking of content, let's hope this battle qualifies, because some great players here, some great factions. The Avalorn green color scheme stands out nicely against the snow in comparison to the regular banner of the High Elves. We've got the Imric here leading the way. Looks like, yeah, Life Mage, Bolt Throwers, Silverin Guards, and Lothern Sea Guards behind. So pretty strong force here, starting for the High Elves. For Parakeet, Greenskins nice and wide. Wurzag's going to be on big back, which is better than on foot. He's still going to be pretty vulnerable to getting sniped by Imric, but let's see what else he's got. He's got some boys here, some black orcs, goblins, so it's basically a standard Greenskins melee infantry build. The black orcs is an interesting one. They've underperformed pretty badly for me anytime I've tried to use them since Immortal Empires, I feel like, other than, you know, in a campaign context. But we'll see how they do here. I'm genuinely curious. Lads are ready. Indeed so. Fortunately, we don't get to see the reserve armies, but it is what it is. Let's get to it. All right, all right. Who knows? Maybe if I can convince some people or figure out other people that have the Civ 6 kind of anthology, right? We could hopefully get a little bit of multiplayer action going. I think that'd be fun. I don't know. I'd need to find out if people have it or not.
All wishes it.
Right. So, My issue with this build for Wurzag is there's really no like adequate protection for him. There were maybe some Orc Air Boys where you could synergize with that effigy to get to really snare Imric and like tear him apart. I would definitely be better, but at the same time, you know, you are risking a bit in bringing those missile units. This map, though, I mean, even with the direct line of fire artillery and other threats, you could position Orc Air Boys in such a way that it's going to be tough for these bolt throwers to get to them. So I definitely would have probably taken some here myself. Maybe even cut a couple of the Black Orcs and just take like 4 Air Boys. Probably pretty solid, but still. Imric coming through. It looks like Xiphos might just come forward contest Parakeet's home objective here. Should be interesting. A little bit of lag. Hopefully it's not me. Black Orcs is just free dwellers. Yeah, that's a good point. Wurzag versus High Elves is very brave, and you can get away with it if you have the right build construction, but I don't know if this is it necessarily. Stone Trolls are a nice idea, but Imric also murders them pretty badly with his heavy fire armor-piercing damage, so it's going to be interesting. I mean, they can mass block, certainly, but they don't have the leadership. They'll get terrified with no immune to psychology effects. Like, we've got some Rangers coming in for Xiphos to respond to this threat here, but they'll definitely lose out to the superior Greenskins infantry value. Bolt throwers starting to rain some shots up on the high ground. Going to be mostly just a HP damage to start. They really don't do enough to even kill unit models initially. It's sort of like getting hit by a volley of archers. So, yeah, maybe lose a couple models there on the second go. Regiment of Renown, Spider, Wolf Rider, Wolf Skirmish Cav. Yeah. The ROR Spider definitely is a good play. It's risky to go double Spider here, but you can. I have seen it before, and it can sometimes work. It's a lot of spend on single entity power, but 2v1, if you go like the Spider Shrine and the Queen, definitely wreck Imric pretty hard. Gives you quite a bit of options, too, in terms of summons and spells, support spells for both monsters to be able to kind of support each other in that way. But, yeah, it's a super deep on single entity spend, which especially in domination can leave you quite vulnerable. Like here, the bolt thrower would be a big problem for a build like that. Although I suppose if you had the, what is it? I forget the spell where you can actually hide units from Lord Little While. Can be mildly useful there as well. Ragnaroks historically have been tough for High Elves to deal with, but with how powerful dragons are right now, I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think Ragnaroks probably just lose to dragons. It's a little bit tricky, but there you go. Imric gonna come in for another cycle charge here. He's just chewing on goblins right now, which is not terribly efficient, but he is disrupting their advance and not allowing them to get through opposed. But some pretty serious lag here. My connection should be fine. Hopefully it stabilizes a little bit as we move through the match. No? That's alright. Let's see what these greenskins can do as they start to descend. Goblin's going to be getting in contact with those Silverins. The Orc boys following up. A lot of the value is spread out pretty nicely, so dwellers can't one-shot some specific area right now, but if greenskins kind of overblob into one location, it could change pretty quickly. Capture weight-wise, High Elves, ooh, a critical error here, perhaps from Xiphos, as he doesn't actually capture his home objective all the way. That does mean that the greenskins are still going to be getting even on points, and as they start to you know, kind of overpower here in the center, they might even start to pull ahead. Dragonhorn being popped here, which is tough because it goes off before Wa is even charged up all the way. It's likely going to give a nice melee attack. Look at that, 54-54 for those Sylvan Guard on attack defense. Granted, their weapon strength is still only 32 rather, which is not amazing, but still stats super high for a limited time. Greenskin Swarm is pretty real here. Likewise, Effigy the Git popped on Imric. Yeah, no... The Lord of Dragons is popped on those Stone Trolls. I don't think there's any Yeah, he just has Brain Burst. I definitely would have taken an Headbutt. Definitely would have taken Fists of Gork here. High combat stats mean oftentimes you need that extra attack and defense. Plus, you know, occasionally you do run into units with physical resistance in this matchup as well. But a Nasty Dwellers comes in here. It's going to do a lot of damage. Stone Troll's spell resistance will help them. But those Orc Boys are absolutely finished. And of course, the Terror kicks in for both units. Now, this leaves WARZAG in a very vulnerable position. He's going to have to pull back. That walk comes in a little bit late on the immune to psychology. Bail any of those units out, but it will help these Stone Trolls at least momentarily hold the leadership from getting terrified. Got some Squig Herds rushing in as reinforcement, trying to pile into this center objective. But Xiphos here, again, not capping his home objective is a pretty critical error. The Silverin Guards definitely could have pulled back if he had noticed, but it looks like instead they're going to get straight engaged by Black Orcs, which Black Orcs won't get their charge bonus. They're also charging uphill. Wouldn't have been that impactful anyway, but they will at least get in contact and start to work through those Silverin Guards over time. And Imrik is certainly still threatening. I mean, definitely with him on the field, High Elves absolutely have a chance to just recap and win at any point. But, I mean, not any point, but you know what I mean. Still, though, a lot of strong presence here. These Black Orcs staying close to WARZAG in case Imrik shoots up that direction. The other Black Orcs are getting focused very efficiently by the Bolt Throwers, which have accrued a decent amount of value so far. Just about paid for themselves on only half ammunition, so that's pretty efficient use so far. Let's see, though. Greenskin's starting to lose some leadership. The Trolls, thankfully, will, at least from the Greenskins' perspective, thankfully will heal quite a bit and come back from rout. They still have half their unit models alive. This other unit in the center still has almost all of its, in fact, all of its unit models alive. Quite impressive stuff. Sisters of Avalorn come forward, but they're having to be defended by Lothern Seaguard against the Squig attack, forward pressure. And good there for the Greenskins. With lag in the flames, they will carry on. Imrik looks like he's going to throw a breath attack, side-shotting into those Black Orcs. Our Dragon's breath attack certainly can do a lot of single entity damage, and any entities of a multi-model unit into contacts will get hit pretty badly, but still only 4 unit models killed from that. I almost wonder if he should have flown over and tried to breath WARZAG there. But let's see. Drops on the Squigs, able to just straight route them. Perhaps terrify away those boys as well. Got some Illyrian Reavers coming out, just kind of countercharging around, helping to push back a lot of this forward pressure here from these Orc Boys and Squig Herds, Goblins. They are holding mostly, though. And again, Xiphos is 2-0 capped. A super awkward situation to be in, given that Greenskins, it's, you know, value trading wise, they're basically neck and neck right now. So this objective mistake here could end up costing Xiphos if they just continue to trade evenly throughout the rest of the game. And Parakeet has this on points, but we'll see. It is going to take some time because we've got some lag here again. Hopefully it's not me. I don't think it is. My connection's quite good. It might just be the fact that we're connecting over the world. But there you go. Got some Boar Biggins coming in now for some anti-large AP work. Perhaps a bodyguard for WARZAG. But the Sisters of Avalorn, once they get set, and the High Elves created this density of arrows here to be able to fire in, they'll push back a lot of this stuff from the Greenskin center. Should be able to recap this objective. Black Orcs still holding for the time being. Just working down those Silverin Guards. Will take them quite some time. That War or any other attack buffs. But WARZAG here needs to be continuously throwing those Brain Bursts in order to get the map-wide Bonewood Staff procs. Ryder Rohan crying in the chat right now. I know. Not what you want to see. But yeah, both players still pretty close, within a couple hundred points on army damage value. So certainly anyone's game. Another Dragon Horn being popped here. Big map-wide melee attack buff as the Silverin Guards make their stand against the Black Orcs here. Boar Biggins charging in. Juiced up Reavers will actually trade quite well, especially with Imrik now countercharging in behind. They've got the flash attacks of the Life Mage in there as well, perhaps. Looking pretty good so far. Can't see the Winds of Magic for either player, unfortunately, so I can't tell you how much WARZAG is sitting on, but Definitely needs to keep upcasting on his own spells. Black Orcs trading still very slowly into the Silverin Guards. And still this objective has not been capped by Xiphos, so... yeah, it's going to be a tough situation. Especially considering that so much of the High Elves' value is on Imric, who's a flying unit, right? Doesn't have any capture weight. So it'll be tough for him to contest this capture weight unless he's able to accrue superior value here. Imric has to get a lot of work done. Might even have to get a value lead in order to do so. But let's get in for some slow-mo. Lime Guards. Silver and Lime Guards. And versus these Black Orcs here. Fighting in a pitched engagement. Stone Trolls charging back in. Confident once more in their leadership, at least partially so. Able to get a nice surround here. Start to burst down Imric. Things are looking interesting. High Elves are starting to get some pressure here as they break a few of these defensive units, but a nice response from Parakeet. Just get those cheap Orc Boar Boys. 650, high charge, can come clean up a lot of these units in this pocket here. In the center, the Stone Trolls, the Boar Biggins end up wrecking those Reavers pretty well, and they're also doing quite a bit of damage to Imric. The Life Mage also potentially disastrous here. I mean, of course, if this Life Mage does end up dying, Xiphos can just summon it back. But yeah, very laggy. It's tough. Yeah, it's tough for sure. We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't persist too badly. But if this has been continuously happening, I mean, unfortunately for Parakeet, we do have rules about excessive lag. And I hate to just rule against him, but it seems to be a great game. But it is tough to watch, I will say. Yeah, the terror kicks in though. Orc Warboy Biggins pushed back. The Stone Trolls have Lord of Dragons. Honestly, Imric could have stood and fought there. Those Mangy Marauders are basically out of ammo. I'm not exactly sure why he pulled back. Maybe he's just trying to get back to defend against these Boar Chariots and Black Orcs and whatnot, but really not overly threatening at the moment. WARZAG has managed to stay alive too throughout all of this, which is quite important for the Greenskins, obviously. Continuing to provide those map-wide buffs. And let's see. Come on, lags. Please don't do this. Got some Dragon Princes coming out now for Xiphos. Quite elite unit. Should be able to clean up a lot, though. There's a lot of, like, very tattered stuff for the Greenskins left. It's just clogging up the field. If the Dragon Princes can get in, just start to sweep a lot of this stuff away. Kind of get the final leadership breaks and shatters alongside Imric. Should be good. Looks like Imric has finally had enough of WARZAG's shenanigans and going to go try to hunt him down. It's definitely the right call. Meanwhile, those Stone Trolls there shatter. And yeah, these Sisters of Avalorn definitely need to switch targets, maybe try and shoot at even WARZAG himself. Like the bolt throwers are maybe focused on WARZAG, which is a great way to just kind of passively apply pressure to him without it having too much ill effect. But let's see. Imric, big ol' hit. Him and the dragon only on Imric. I say only, with 74 attack is just, I mean, it's insane. I'd say you can hit pretty much any unit in the game, like a 50% hit chance on like the highest defense unit in the game, which is just nuts. It looks like Xiphos is starting to pull ahead on battlefield control. Hard to say. He has the same number of units as Parakeet, but Parakeet has a lot of broken and shattered units. He doesn't have too many super healthy units. And as these infantry start to move forward, we got Silverin Guards, another infantry moving in, cap this objective. Yeah, finally this Lothern Sea Guard is going to come cap this objective. Yeah, it is costing a lot. It's cost him at least, you know, like solid 300 points here so far, which is not the biggest difference. Like, he's still not even within recap territory yet, I don't think. But yeah, it's a pretty alarming amount of points that Greenskins managed to get ahead, but smart play by Parakeet here. He's able to get a few of his very tattered units retreated there. Like these Boarbiggins, same thing. They should be retreated. These Squig herds, and just recover a tiny bit of value. Be able to get those units back on the field as soon as possible. But Elves are starting to seize decisive control. Xiphos now, I think for the first time, has more unit models on the field, and the army damage value rather is neck and neck. You have some healthy stone trolls charging in now. Imric should be able to screen through those Silverins and not take too much damage in this engagement. Yeah, he doesn't even take a single hit, while the Sisters of Avalorn open up with their bows. Lothern Sea Guards there. That extra fire damage in particular, just due to the way resistances work, will help essentially bypass the missile resistance due to the fire weakness. Basically, it cancels itself out, right? And you get essentially 5% mitigation. The spell resistance no longer matters. Previously would have been quite bad. And then, of course, armor piercing damage is mostly going to bypass the armor of the stone trolls. That 70 armor doesn't really matter too much. Almost entirely armor piercing damage, actually, for the Sisters. Pretty crazy. 18 AP per shot is very high. I think that's a total missile damage of handgunners, I want to say. But anyway, yeah, Imric there gets a nice side-shotting breath through the unbreakable Night Goblins, who will continue to provide that capture presence even after all units have routed. High Elves pushing forward on the high ground as well, so it looks like Xiphos might even be able to execute a triple cap and is now ahead on army damage value as well. So things were looking very favorable initially for the Greenskins, but it looks like things have kind of turned against Parakeet here. And the uncap at the beginning didn't end up being a critical error. It was definitely an error. Unnecessary, but still. As things are looking right now, Xiphos has plenty of pressure on all fronts. Take this one home. Yeah, Dragon Princes, Valyrian Reavers, Rangers, all this fighting together should be more than enough to take on that Broken Tusk Mob. Especially if the Broken Tusk Mob just YOLOs in solo. Looks like we're going to have some Squig herds to follow up here. But Wurzag, oh yeah, here we go. Come on. Front on charge between these two elite cavalry. Not going to go actually great for the Dragon Princes. This is not necessarily ideal. I probably would have tried to eat the charge with the Reavers, but Reavers are still going to get a charge in nonetheless on the side there. And Brain Bursta giving those Broken Tusk Mob a melee attack buff. But still, just being outnumbered significantly is going to be a big problem. And then Imric, once again, having nothing to fight here in the center, is going to close in and try and hunt down Wurzag wherever he can find him. Stone Trolls and the Black Orcs just pulling back from the high ground, not wanting to necessarily sacrifice their value in a wasted effort. But I don't see how the Greenskins can really come back from this. They're still trading even on army damage value, but the High Elves just have such superior battlefield control. Xiphos now clearly ahead on the number of units on the field. So, looking pretty tough. Get in and soak up some laggy 4K action of Imric. And those Broken Tusk Mobs are going to get a little wah here. They'll actually do quite a bit of damage in response to Imric, of course, with that. Up to 40 weapon strength, 54 melee attack with a plus 12 bonus versus large. So, significant amount of damage, but still not enough to beat down Imric fully. Wurzag could charge in himself, I guess, too. It's definitely risky. But, yeah, full free cap pressure. And it looks like we're going to see another Dwellers popped here. It's just barely contacting the Broken Tusk Mob, but that's just fine as long as it's getting the actual contact effect on all of these units. That's the main thing. Be there, 33 to 67 damage is a significant amount. And then, of course, as they route through the vortex, they'll take even more damage from that in of itself. There you go. That's just about a full tabling. And the Greenskins really don't have any supplies left either, which is kind of crazy. You very rarely see someone get fully tabled like this, but it does happen from time to time. Wurzag, having nowhere left to hide, is finally going to get nommed by Imric, which is the way that this is ultimately going to end. Either early or late. Yeah, Xiphos' defense of his backline damage dealer was clean. For sure, that bolt thrower is definitely an MVP. Yeah. Greenskins, in order to regroup and cap points, I think you need to take a lot of light cavalry, and it can be a bit tricky against High Elves light cavalry. Like here, I think he overinvested in cheap infantry. Honestly, these Orc boys are all right, but quite a few of them could have been cut for like Spider Riders, especially Wolf Riders too, especially in tandem. From reserves as well, like the Squig Herds are good. They have better damage output, but I think still you need the numbers, and Spider Riders in particular are just so good for their cost. The poison, decent enough stats, especially if you dump some chevrons into them. Yeah, I would definitely say you want to bring some light cavalry here with the greenskins, but of course Imrik does have something to say about that. He'll be able to terrify away your light cavalry fairly easily. But credit to Parakeet here. He's able to keep Warzag alive for quite some time and do a decent enough job contesting just this massive infantry. But yeah, that both are 1100. Backline archers also got some really nice values. This is Avalorn 1745. Holy cow. And then, of course, Reavers just tactically super useful. Love the pick of the Dragon Princes as well and how they were used. So nice to see. It's a fun one for sure. For sure. So let's award a point to Xiphos. And we will move on to the next game. Oh, yeah, it's true. The Sisters of Avalon did inflate some of their value shooting at trolls. But you still have to get rid of the trolls, right? So, anyway. Fun. Okay, now move on to this. Map 2 is Mountain of More. There we go. Excellent. All right. It's fun, though. Fun matchup. Definitely a classic one. I mean, there's literally a DLC between factions, right? So. Yes. Quite exciting. So exciting it made me yawn, in fact, which is amazing. So. Alright, folks. So let's see what they do on their picks and bans. I think they have it in a private chat. Because I see it here. Yes. Nothing on picks and bans so far, but we'll see once they actually choose their factions. Should be interesting. Just a lot to do with the pick and ban system. Like a lot of different directions you can go, potentially. I apologize for this, guys. I'm gonna mute myself just a second while I adjust my mic stand here. Ah, there we go. Just needed to get a bit more comfortable, say. Oh, should be quite fun, though. Xiphos has long been a very skilled Wood Elf, High Elf player. Definitely has beat me down many times with those factions, and it should be interesting. I would imagine Dark Elves, Wood Elves would both be on the table for him, assuming they haven't been global banned. They're similar factions, you know. I guess Slaanesh also has kind of a similar-ish playstyle, very fast, you know, hit and run, hard hitting. Probably has been a global ban though if Parakeet's smart. I mean, I think Slaanesh is probably still among the top domination factions just because of the speed, combined with now like a good level of tankiness and just tactical flexibility, you all know Hellstrider's OP. Don't really need to say too much more, but hopefully they get a significant nerf. I know there's rumors about 2.3 coming out sometime soon, hopefully sooner rather than later. But yeah, I'm hoping for more undead nerfs, because definitely the increase to crumbling damage, although it was nice, I still think the leadership change they did to transition from Warhammer 2 to Immortal Empires needs to be reverted on a lot of units. Just put their leadership back down so they actually feel the effect of that slightly increased crumbling. And probably, I don't know, there's a lot that they could do. A lot that needs addressing in terms of fine-tuning. From a macro sense, a lot of the factions more or less play well as they are intended. Cathay is one of the big ones for me, that their stuff is significantly undercosted for a lot, especially in land battles. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, confirmed for next week sometime. Confirmed by community manager on Discord. That's great. That's great to hear, Spellbound. That's the thing I do like to hear. Definitely. Looks like they got their factions, and it is indeed Wood Elves. I'm definitely not surprised, and I'm also terrified for Parakeet, because although he is playing the bird faction, which he should get a bonus to, name, yeah, it's gonna be scary. Wood Elves, Ziphos Wood Elves is scary. Tzeentch is an interesting matchup, though. I don't know that I play this one a ton. The thing about Tzeentch, they have great shielded units, right? Barrier, shield, heavy armor, fantastic. Their Marauders are a little bit lackluster. That said, everything having magic damage, not that you would really take trees a ton in this matchup anyway, but it does make that a consideration. You're not going to get any physical resistance on any of your tree units, and they do have quite a few straight up fire damage. Wood Elves having the range superiority means that if I were Tzeentch here, I'd probably lean pretty heavily into the sort of warriors, shielded Warriors of Chaos style build. Maybe we could take some Knights of Tzeentch, supported by Furies, maybe some Screamers. I don't know. I don't love Screamers, but like, yeah, like Marauder Horsemen combined with lots of shielded units, like 4 or 5 shielded Warriors, maybe shielded Marauders. Go from there. Great map for Wood Elves. Yeah, it's true. This map does favor Wood Elves, given all the trees, different, avenues of approach, different choke points, favor their more long-range units. Okay, sorry, someone messaging me here. Yeah, I would agree. This is maybe slightly Wood Elves favored. Yeah, the horsemen be a bit tricky. I mean, it's nice to have the fire damage. Or flame barrier is okay, but Wood Elves shooting is decent. The barrier and keep being able to punish your barrier very tricky. Let's see. Let's see. What am I hoping for? The undead nerfs is a big one for me. I do think they need to nerf Realm of Souls straight up. Because it's like carrying Tomb King so hard right now. And then what else? Yeah, more undead nerfs. Lanesh nerfs, of course. House Riders, that one's obvious. I think more Marauder Horsemen need nerfs, to be honest. Yeah. And maybe some buffs for state troops. Marauders and Forsaken. Forsaken of Tzeentch are legit pretty good. I mean, the barrier is really nice on them. I also really like the Forsaken of Nurgle as well for the extra HP and the fact that you can heal them and that better defense. They're one of the few units that has HP, or sorry, has extra speed to give. So I really like Forsaken of both. Not that Nurgle's great as a faction, but Forsaken. Khorne Forsaken are definitely... They don't really get an adequate replacement for Frenzy. Let's see here. I really think they just need to fix Mark of Slaanesh and Mark of Tzeentch to have a downside. Right now, Mark of Nurgle and Mark of Khorne both have downsides. Mark of Tzeentch and Mark of Slaanesh do not, which makes it a fundamentally imbalanced system, if you ask me. You know, actually, Tzeentch Forsaken, if you go with like a super wide rush build, Tzeentch Forsaken mixed in can be really scary because often your opponent won't have enough resources to focus, and they will get into something squishy and slaughter them. So it seems awkward on paper, but I actually kind of like it. Again, mixed into like a horde style melee rush build. Yeah, they trade really well with pretty much all Wood Elf infantry. Like, I think they absolutely butcher War Dancers. I would imagine that's like a one-sided trade. Not that someone take War Dancers against Tzeentch, but yeah, they need to avoid being kited. That's the main thing. So that's why I say, you know, you got to screen with some Marauders, hopefully have like some Horsemen or some Furies, be able to catch stuff and prevent yourself from being kited. But yeah, that kind of build might get kited by Wood Elves. Yes. Yeah, the Wood Elves aren't going to be able to kite as efficiently because this is domination. Yeah, Blade Singers, they're tricky. Yeah. The speed of Forsaken is also really nice too, because they can actually, they're fast enough to chase down Wood Elf archers. Tough to say. Also, good to see you, Hadris. Hope life is well. Loopy also, Norsca, everybody in chat. Bubba's Big Blast, Spellbound, Neighborin. See you all today. Chaos Knights of Tzeentch are a big problem. Yeah, definitely. That shield and barrier, high defense, it is a problem for sure. Good to hear, man. Here. Hopefully Parakeet's almost ready. They do technically have a timer. Taking quite some time. Slaanesh ones are very good. I really like the Khorne ones too, actually. I think it's, for me, it's a toss-up between, I would put the Khorne and the Slaanesh Knights as a tie. Just because Frenzy is really good. The Slaanesh Knight's physical resistance and devastating flanker is also really good. So, yeah, I think the Khorne Knights also get plus 10 armor, I believe. But the Slaanesh ones don't lose any melee defense, so probably they are the best. I mean, again, Slaanesh, Mark of Slaanesh should have a downside. It should have, like, minus 10 armor, but... that's the thing. You don't really want the Slaanesh Knights charging from the front. The tricky thing with Slaanesh, though, is if you're taking the Slaanesh faction, arguably you should be taking like Seekers and Heartseekers in a lot of situations, unless you're facing like a really heavy density of missiles, then you maybe want the Knights. But I don't know. I think oftentimes Seekers and Heartseekers, they have better damage output against all targets, right? So I don't know. They do have more competition, whereas on like Khorne's roster, for example, I mean, I guess you have Skull Crushers and Blood Crushers, but they're not as useful, I would say, as Seekers and Heartseekers, but or the other mark shouldn't have a downside. That's a good way of changing it too, Loopy. Just remove the downsides from the Nurgle and Khorne units. I would also be in favor of that, but I don't know. I don't mind all the marks having a small downside, like minus 10 armor for Slaanesh, minus 10% weapon strength for Tzeentch, and then they'd all be fine. Anyway, let's see what they can do here. You have some Sisters of Twilight up in the air. Gonna be duking it out with Kairos on the opposite side there, so it'll be an air snipe off. I think probably Kairos wins that because of barrier, but we'll see. Starfire Shafts, Agbane Tips, and Firebark Elders. Interesting choice. Spellsinger of Life. And he's got some Hawk Riders to help support that air snipe fight. For the Tzeentch side, Artillery Soul Grinder here. Definitely pretty decent these days for the cost. Apply some nice long-range pressure to the Elves here, and also, again, help this kind of air snipe fight. Help throw some missiles at Sisters themselves. Just blue fire. What else would you possibly need on Kairos? No regrowth, which might come back up to haunt him, but probably not. And then 5 Shielded Warriors plus some Forsaken. Yeah, pretty much what I expected in terms of infantry composition. Let's see. Wow, there's a lot of unit models per Hawk Rider unit. I forget how many Hawk Riders are actually in it. 24 is huge on Ultra. That's a lot of dudes. Decent armor piercing damage, of course. Good charge bonus. They can, if they can get a clean avenue of escape, they'll definitely do a good job of charging. What is that? 87 damage on a charge? Yeah, we'll see about this Wood Elf build. It's not going to get massacred quickly because, I mean, we'll see. I am worried about this air snipe fight here, given that the Sisters' fort structure is not as good. If we had, like, some, well, maybe one-way stalker here, it might help even the odds a little bit, but we'll see. Zinch is going to camp in the forest for 5 minutes. We'll see. Possible. If that's the case, though, Wood Elves can also probably just camp and find a crew value on the field. Might be right, though. I mean, we'll see. Right now, all these warriors are just kind of marching into the center. Wow, the Sisters get some positional advantage here. Not sure exactly what they're trying to do. Got the Firebark Elders coming through, Starfire Shafts, Hagbane Tips getting a nice concave set up on this objective. Other units moving through onto this objective. But Sisters have got to be very careful. Got to pick and choose their engagements carefully. It looks like the Warriors are going to try and march forward here. Yes, the homing arrows of the Sisters will come in and make some contact. Puts Kairos down to a whole 20 armor, of course, because the Sundered armor. Hagbane Tips should get him a little bit of poison there to slow down his speed. And he is starting to take real HP damage? No, not even quite yet. And that's the thing about barriers. He can fly in, eat some shots, waste some ammunition, fly out, and continue to replenish that. Are the Sisters actually going to try and fight him in melee, though? They could. Oh, they could. Oh, it's risky, but at the same time, there's no blues or anything to support here. The only thing that can support this fight in the air is the Soul Grinder. He's going to have to hard land, which is not particularly efficient. Ooh, and a big burst of damage right to the face. Multi-shot there. Not sure why he switched on to the multi-shot. I guess just to apply poison. Yeah, Sisters are going to then peel. Let's see, more shots from the Hawk Riders landing there, doing some real HP damage. And so far, the air snipe fight, Xiphos has managed to take a pretty decisive positional advantage. And the lack of blues, I think, is coming back to haunt Parakeet. I don't think he expected. Yeah, see, now he's got a little bit of counter skirmish with these Marauder Horsemen here, able to throw some javelins up in the air. He just needs something to pressure those Hawk Riders so they can't just sit and shoot for free. Gaze of Fate now is popped on the Sisters. Their melee attack significantly debuffed, and they're going to take a hit there from Kairos, take some shots from the Soul Grinders, so things can turn around very quickly in Total War Warhammer, of course, and we'll see. I don't think the Sisters will get routed completely from this, but Oracle of Eternity also gets popped on Kairos himself, so he can resist any damage poured in here as a response. But it looks like the Hagbane Tips and other units moving into secure. Hopefully these Firebark Elders can come collapse, set up a nice concave with the Glade Guards to fire in. But oh man, Sisters are taking some significant damage. Another Warp Flame there. Yeah, I'm not sure why they're on the anti-infantry shot. Definitely would be more efficient to be on the anti-large, I would imagine. I'd have to actually do the math, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, if the Hawks get Kairos, that's game, but at the same time... well, that's good, I should say. Kairos, though, doesn't take a whole lot of damage from that, and in response, the Sisters of Twilight ended up getting baited in. And that's the thing about this kind of air snipe fight here, is Kairos is just so much more forgiving with barrier and with everything else, whereas the Sisters, they're going to have to dedicate Winds of Magic to be able to heal, right? So it's just tough. Let's see what they can do. Wood Elves are still trading okay right now on army damage value. Screamers are always kind of good versus dwarfs. No, Screamers are not that great versus dwarfs because their attack and charge is not very high, even though they have armor-piercing damage. They're much better against cavalry factions, specifically as an answer to cavalry. But Kairos here, I have no idea what he's doing. A little bit of a slip from Parakeet as he just parks Kairos right in front of some archers, and the Wood Elves, the Hagbane tips, just pour some fire straight into his face, do a huge amount of real HP damage. That is tough, but at the same time, Sisters of Twilight are getting wrecked by that Soul Grinder, having a hard land here and then run away. We've got some Screamers coming through for the Wood Elves. The Martyr Horsemen get into combat here. I think they're just trying to over-pursue, still having an attack order on the Sisters, but these Hagbane tips, Starfire Shafts, definitely need to reposition, start putting supporting fire here into the center. The Chaos Warriors are just about onto this objective. Granted, he's YOLO'd pretty much all of them onto the objective, with only one over on this far side. But this pressure on the Wood Elves from, you know, this Chaos Warriors sort of slowly suffocating as the other auxiliary units for Tzeentch just dish damage and kind of disrupt. It should be quite strong over the long game. Let's see how it goes. Hawk Riders are continuing to avoid, dealing whatever damage he can to Kairos. Kairos can't heal, of course, no regrowth, just relying on the barrier for healing, which obviously is going to be a lot, but at the same time, will it be enough? Hard to say. Sisters of Twilight still hanging around here. They still got their bows active. We've got some Glade Riders coming in response as well to push back those Marauder Horsemen. Just a basic Spearmen for the Wood Elves can help support against these auxiliaries for Tzeentch as well. And I would definitely get these Firebark Elders on the move just to come give a sort of a tank presence here in the center. Their armor and high defense will mean that the Chaos Warriors are going to make very inconsistent contact and do very little damage when they do make contact. So definitely be good to just try and come contest on this objective. But I mean, at this point, Xiphos is in a position where he's going to kind of get slowly throttled here unless he can start to figure out a way to finish off these Chaos Warriors here. And he's having a hard time even figuring out how to deal with the rest of the army in the first place. So, not looking great. We'll see. We shall see. Right now, Elves have a pretty good control of this position here, but the lack of infantry I do feel is somewhat coming back to haunt them. I mean, they are able to get some damage, but like, look at this. All of these Chaos Warriors are basically untouched. The Forsaken is taking a little bit of damage here, but the rest of these Chaos Warriors are all just completely healthy still, just full Chad running to each objective and just locking it down. And the awkward thing, too, for the Wood Elves, they don't really have a great response for this at the moment, except just to try and outmaneuver and perhaps get a nice surround concave of a bow shooting. Let's see. Yes. Yeah. Hagbane tips here, shooting point blank at the Tzeentch Soul Grinder. The Blade Riders could come through and maybe try and cap this objective here. All the meanwhile, Kairos is just cackling up in the air. All that damage and done to him early on is counting for very little. And the bow fire of the Elves as well, you know, the Hagbane tips and even the Starfire Shafts, despite their armor-piercing damage, really not doing a ton to these Chaos Warriors. They're all still holding basically completely firm. And yeah, those poor Eternal Guards are mostly going to wet noodle them and then get blasted in the side by that blue fire. So looking pretty good for Parakeet right now, but we'll see. We shall see. It looks like finally one of these units of Chaos Warriors taking some significant damage. It's going to be pushed back by the Firebark Elders, so Xiphos at least able to defend his one objective for the time being. Unable to do. But more blue fires coming in, more furies coming in after the Hawk Riders. Zinch over chases with slow units, though. Yeah, it's true. If he does, then they get too far out of position. Ziphos can always sneak in and cap an objective secretly. Nice tactical Sunder armor there. It looks like he's having to use Dwellers defensively as well. Not super ideal, but will pretty much get rid of this one unit of Chaos Warriors here. So pretty good stuff. Kairos is also in a dangerous position. I mean, he's basically trying to bait all of these archers into shooting him right now. If the archers can start to move through, you see how they're firing while they advance. Try and keep positioning on him, keep him within bow range here. The warriors moving through, just eating all of the ammunition straight to the face. We'll see. I don't know. It looks like Ziphos might not even be able to defend his one remaining objective, but army damage value-wise, he's starting to come back a little bit as he picks off a lot of these tattered units. The Furies will come in and do some pretty okay damage, definitely, but they're not going to last very long. And it is a lot of value that you're just kind of tossing at your opponent for free, more or less, when you do summon in Furies and use them in such a fashion. So if Ziphos can continue to capitalize on that value imbalance, benefit him greatly. That said, the Firebark Elder's doing a great job of locking down a huge pocket of unit. If there's another Dwellers, this would be an ideal position to use it as well. It would kill all of these Screamers and do quite a bit of damage to Kairos. Probably finish off those Chaos Warriors as well. Speaking of which, one Chaos Warrior finally is shattered. Got some actual Wildwood Rangers out now. Finally, a proper infantry response to these Chaos Warriors. Let's get in and watch these great glaive elves duke it out with the Warriors of Tzeentch. And Ziphos is, thankfully, he's been able to defend that one objective, so he's really neck and neck in terms of points. He can come back on army damage value here. Sisters of Twilight have received quite a bit of healing. They're kind of standing back for the time being, continuing to get some damage in, but let's see. Oh, does he have a Dwellers? Please, Ziphos, if you have a Dwellers, now is the time. Looks like Kairos is going to get out of that engagement. Still would be pretty good to cast here, because it's going to do basically no damage to the Firebark Elders, and would kill everything else. The Soul Grinder obviously being a great target as well, but look at this. Oh, the Hawk Riders. I would actually just charge Kairos right now in the air. With their charge bonus, high charge bonus and everything else, they would be able to do quite a bit of damage. But let's see, what's this? Oh, the Sisters, they do eat that blue fire to the face. They also manage to unleash another Arrows of Kronos volley. Both that and the Magic Missile make contact with Kairos. Kairos is at extreme risk of just falling here. More Starfire Shafts, this huge concave of Elven missiles here. And look at this sneaky Blade Rider on the back cap as the Tzeentch Warrior was redeployed to this front line. We've got more Wildwood Rangers coming out, so looking pretty grim initially for Ziphos, but his reinforcements have been on point, whereas Parakeet is just continuously throwing Furies at the problem, which again, Furies, even if they do quite a bit of damage, they are relatively expensive. They basically have to trade one-to-one with these archers in order to pay for themselves, and so far they just have not been able to do that. So we'll see. Yeah, he definitely overchased, I would agree, with these warriors into this backline position is now paying the price. I mean, the Forsaken will get in here and do some pretty good damage in response, but getting outmaneuvered by the Glade Riders is tough. And then Kairos here just like trying to hide from the Hawk Riders. Hawk Riders doing a great job making sure he can't replenish his barrier, even if they're not doing all that much damage to him at the end of the day. They're doing a decent amount, certainly, it must be said. But Furies come in here. They might be able to clean up all these tattered Blade Guards. We'll see. Blade Guards are going to immediately start shooting in response. There, the Firebark Elders also still holding against all of that Tzeentch stuff. Just such a nice unit to have on the defense to be able to hold that objective. But let's see here. Kairos, it looks like, is going to just narrowly lose the shootout between him and the Sisters. Sisters cackling up in the air. Still one more shot left. The Hawk Riders have a little bit of ammunition left as well. Oracle of Eternity gets popped in order for Kairos to try and stave off the inevitable fate, but he is suffering from demonic instability at this point. Yeah, Hawk Riders should massacre him in melee with their charge bonus especially active, but with Kairos going down, I think Ziphos has another kind of come from behind value win here, as he now has a value lead on Parakeet and full battlefield control with 18 units, Parakeet's 10. So ultimately, I think the mistake Parakeet made was probably just overchasing, as you guys said, and then bringing in too many Furies. The Furies ultimately, I don't think, paid for themselves. And while I do agree you need something to go after those archers, Tzeentch Chariots are actually really good for this type of a situation. And they're not that much more expensive. And no pink fire, no knights. Yeah, I would have actually brought some chariots here too. I really like the chariots. Like 1 or 2 as an ace pick against Wood Elf massive archers like this. They can do so much disruption and damage against those pockets of archers and such. And they're relatively low mass. Like there's some cavalry, that must be said, but yeah, I don't know. Tough to say, but looking pretty good. Or Ziphos. Looks like Soul Grinder is going to get caught in this round by the Hawk Riders. Their armor-piercing charge, they're able to force it into instability. And should be game there. Oh, there are some knights. Were there? No, those are Marauder Horsemen. These are definitely just Marauder Horsemen. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been too late, I agree. I think with this much of a difference of units on the field, it's tough, especially elf units. They're tough to get rid of because they're high leadership, but perhaps, I mean, these Forsaken and Chaos Warriors that overchased are coming back to recollapse. Yeah, Hagbane tips are out of ammunition, should get retreated immediately before they get into combat. And then, I don't know, maybe you actually just keep them on the field just to act as body block. The Eternal Guards here should also get collapsed there, so I don't know. We'll see. These Wildwood Rangers winning out was pretty important. But Elves have definitely taken some significant damage. Take a lot of value from Parakeet to just kind of overwhelm here and win, but I don't think he has the right units for it. Could be a win for Ziphos here. We'll see. I'll see. It looks like that 3-cap is just about executed. Nice little rear charge from these Glade Riders and Hawk Riders. Oh, yeah. Looking absolutely fantastic. Yeah, that's going to be the end for those Tzeentch Warriors and Forsaken and whatnot. Interesting. Very, very interesting. These archers, man, just the basic Wood Elf archers. Blade Guards, right? Hagbane tips, Starfire shafts, the regular Blade Guards. Yeah, the 2 ammo types also have magic damage, which makes them extra good against units like Kairos and the Screamers. Their bow shots, they cut through that physical resistance, and it makes it extra tough. The fact that you're paying so much for those flying units. Like, yeah, considering they were summoned probably 3 times, maybe twice, but probably more. I mean, these guys paid for themselves twice. The other ones did not even pay for themselves twice, which is tough. Definitely, you would like to have seen some better value there. The Screamers, again, they do okay. Really would need more from them, though. He didn't even bring the Knights out. I don't really know why. Maybe he just never allowed himself to build up enough value. But especially given his initial kind of positional lead when he was sort of holding, tanking with those warriors, that would have been probably a good time to try and save up value to get the Knights out. Also don't love the pick of the weird spawn here. I'd probably just cut these guys straight up for other stuff, more width. And yeah, the warriors with shields, I mean, obviously they're going to hold for quite some time. Trade cost effectively against most Wood Elf infantry, but they don't really do a lot for you tactically, so need other units on top of them. I might have changed this composition a little bit and maybe taken 3 Forsaken, 3 warriors, but hard to say. Forsaken definitely did quite well, and maybe you just lean into that a little bit more heavily. in the future. But anyway, interesting stuff. That will be it for the series, so let's go ahead and get on to the other one. Zifos wins that 2-0. And let's... this here officially done. I'll get on to the next lobby and be right back. Bear with me just one moment. Okay. We're here now with Pinkanema versus Toxic Fireball. Should be a great time on the other semifinal bracket, so let's get started with that very shortly. They're just getting their picks and bands locked in, and we'll see what they go with. If we get dwarfs for real, that might be the first in terms of domination tournaments on this channel featuring the actual literal dwarfs, but we'll see. They can do here. Is it really Bretonnia versus dwarfs? Hang on, just a moment. Just a moment. It actually might be Bretonnia versus dwarfs. And if that's the case, this is going to be hilarious. Yeah. Oh no, switch to High Elves. Okay. That makes more sense. But we'll see. Love that Bretonnia build. Yes, just looking over here, looking there, cool. Pinkanema plays Bretonnia well, can confirm. Okay. Looks like they switched to Norsca now. Yeah, Norsca versus High Elves would be also pretty interesting. Norsca and Domination, I'll admit I haven't played very much, but they seem like they'd be pretty strong, to be honest. A lot of really good options. Short range, like Javelin and Throwing Axe units, especially. I do hope we get some Order Javelin Cavalry. Like, honestly, some kind of like Desert Raider Javelin Cavalry would be super awesome. Maybe like they ever do an actual Araby faction, which I actually think is maybe more possible now than it ever has been in the past. Not that I think it would happen anytime soon, but maybe in like 2 years, it's possible that if Creative Assembly wants to keep selling pieces of content. I mean, certainly Araby was good, maybe very cool, and I think Javelin Cavalry are really cool, personally. I always remember in the Rome 2 Desert Skirmish Cavalry were very good, right? And, you know, playing a little bit of Mountain Blade. Music is drowning me out, okay. Good to know. Been playing a little bit of Mountain Blade recently. I love playing Javelin Cavalry in Mountain Blade as well. It's just a really cool unit type, in my opinion, and I'm a little bit sad that we literally have one type of Javelin Cavalry that, like, 10 factions have access to. We need some different types. Like, we need some, you know, some, like, if we ever get an Estalian faction, right? Like, some Jeanette style, like, you know, Spanish Javelin Cavalry or the Desert Javelin Cavalry for Araby. Super cool. Definitely need. Sisters of Thorn, I guess, Loopy. Yes, elves don't count as people, though. I'm just kidding. But yes, I do stand corrected. I mean, technically, wood elves are order, I guess. I always thought of them more as like like neutral type party, but not necessarily fully for order in that they don't like build giant cities and stuff. They just live in the trees and whatever. But yes. Maybe I should have rephrased human order javelin cavalry. And only 1,200 gold, right? Their ability set is quite good even still, although I don't love all the changes they've made to, like, Prevena Threma is very good. Or, what is it? No, that's not right. Persevan Rare. The Shield of Thorns thing is a little bit weird now to use, but it can be okay, I guess. It's really awkward because it's like you're incentivized to throw it on a low defense unit and then just, like, toss them in because of the way it works. But yeah, Shield of Thorns is crap now. Yeah. It's just because the way the damage reflection works. Like, in theory, it would be good if it, like, I don't know. Honestly, I think just putting it back to, like, physical resistance, or what was it before? It's been a lot of things over time, and I forget. At one point, it was, like, weapon strength, right? And missile resistance or something weird like that. I don't know. But yeah. Wood Elves don't really have any good units to cast it on. You had peasant mobs. Like, if Bretonnia had access to Sisters of Thorn, then you could totally cast it on peasant mobs and YOLO them in. Make it do Missile Mirror. I'd be down, honestly. That'd be cool. Wouldn't be balanced, but it would be cool. Yeah, the idea is nice, but again, the implementation, basically your units have to take melee hits in order for the damage reflection to work. What that means in practice is with high defense elf units and expensive elf units, like, you don't really have something with low defense and low cost that you can just throw in and cast it and get, like, good returns on, like, say, peasant mobs. Yeah, High Elves and Wood Elves both don't have great units to use on. Empire, too, arguably, like, I mean, they don't really have that many great units to use it on. So, I don't know. It's just awkward. Awkward to try and use in practice. Hey, what's up, Medley? Should also work on attacks that didn't pass melee defense. Yeah, I agree. It should kind of, honestly, like, deal damage to anything that gets close to them, rather than even anything that's attacking. Like, you make it melee range. Like, give it, like, a 5-meter AoE that it just does damage. Like, a temporary Mortis Engine, basically, but super short range, where it just does active damage to anything that comes nearby. Let's see. Norsca versus High Elves. I suppose I should input those factions correctly. So let's see. We've got Wolfric the Wanderer and a Shadow Famir, a couple of Jav Hunters, some Champs, and a front line of Marauders, defending their home turf up in the north against the Toxic Fireball Life Mage on a dragon. We've got Lothern Seaguard here. Shields, looks like the Talons of Torquelada, along with more Lothern Seaguard. Phoenix Guard to hold the center with some Silverins as well. So, should be interesting. I mean, Laura Boats is going to absolutely feast on that Phoenix Guard. Seafang will pretty much one-shot the unit. I mean, yeah, it's going to be pretty brutal, so that's good. Thankfully, the Silver and Guard won't take quite as much damage from it, but that's still going to be tough for them to contest champions in melee. They will wet noodle each other for quite some time, but the champions will no doubt eventually win that. Yeah, it's honestly, it's nice to see some fresh names. Like, don't get me wrong, it's great to see the veterans prevail and continue their dominance, but it's also nice to see some fresh faces that I maybe haven't seen before in, like, semifinal, quarterfinals, finals of a tournament. Let's see here. Champs coming in. That sweet Wormskin's skin. It's looking quite fresh with that nice light blue. And let's see here. The Archmage getting in range. Will they be able to get it done is the question. These jabs are going to be quite scary for the dragon, obviously. Moon Dragons, not a ton of armor. 70 is a decent amount. Talons of Torquilada there, shooting their nice fancy fire arrows. Will increase the weakness to fire here on these Marauders, I believe. Do they not? Could have sworn they had like some contact effect, flammable contact effect. It doesn't appear on the tooltip here. It appears, oh, there we go. When I mouse over them, that's kind of odd. Then when I actually click on the unit and go to look, I guess they do have the weakness to fire, so maybe it makes sense. Nice Pit of Shades there. Deals some damage straight up to those Lothar Sea Guard. Kind of wreck one unit. Probably would have put that on the Phoenix Guard in the center, but I guess he's more worried, Pinkadema rather here, is more worried about the archers, like the Lothar Sea Guard and whatnot, which does kind of make sense. They threaten these javelins and throwing axes quite a bit more than obviously the Phoenix Guard. Phoenix Guard are just going to stand there and take Laura boats to the face. Yeah, actually didn't kill any unit models, but does a huge amount of HP damage. Quick response from the Life Mage. The Earthblood there will replenish quite a bit of HP, but at the same time, it's not the most efficient use of that upgraded Earthblood as the rest of these units. I mean, I guess these Lothar Sea Guard also got some efficiency from that heal, but still nothing super insane. Right now, though, Wulfric's troops are fighting in the front line and doing an okay job of it. Champions getting into combat here. Yeah, looks like another Pit of Shade's going to get tossed. Ooh, the Norscan Ice Trolls. That's a risky play here. Given that the Talons of Torquilada are on the field. There's nothing else here with fire damage, I guess, except for the Archmage, but Trolls have an extra Norscan Ice Trolls. Did they actually remove it? I think, yeah, they have a base 65 weakness to fire. No, that can't be right. It's a base 20% plus extra 20% plus a flammable. So yeah, they're taking extra 65% damage from these Talons of Torquilada, and as a result, they will get absolutely shredded here. They're like the opposite of Stone Trolls, really. They take so much extra damage from that. And already, Toxic Fireball's getting a pretty decisive damage value lead here with pushing back this center force. Wulfric also pops, yeah, doesn't have Hunter of Champions off of cooldown, but is going to fight the dragon nonetheless. Lots of elf supporting infantry there. The support for the Norskins is starting to evaporate a little bit. The champs will continue to hold, of course, but rest of the Norscan army is definitely suffering leadership-wise. That said, got some Poison Warhounds and the Beasts of Tashnar up to go after those Lothar Sea Guard. Icehorn Marauders also to defend the home objective and perhaps come down and collapse here. Nice Pit of Shades on this blob here in the center. Wulfric, I thought he was on horseback. I didn't even realize he's actually on foot. Nice lore of boats there as well. Bounces and comes back almost for another full pass. Yeah, doesn't quite clip that unit fully, but would have been quite impressive had he been able to do so. The Javelin's continuing to throw at the Archmage, just pressuring her away. And despite the losses taken, Norsca, with the AoE magic damage, is able to continue competing here and actually pressure on the objective as well. Super smart play here with the double hound attack. They don't count as large. They can get in here, and with the poison debuffing the weapon strength for these Lothar Sea Guard, they can't punch back very effectively, and they will get eaten up by those doggos over time. Smart play there to secure that side objective, considering this High Elf force for Toxic Fireball in the center is primarily, in fact, entirely infantry. other than the dragon, it's going to take them time to reposition these troops and kind of, you know, come up here and put some weight on that capture. So from a positional perspective, this is actually really smart for Norsca, even if they are starting to fall a little bit behind. Sort of switch to a guerrilla play style and, yeah, just try and contest in that way. Wulfric also being infantry size means he can come in here and give some extra splash attacks against the Phoenix Guard. And of course, do some damage to them. Help these champions kind of win that fight. Be able to resist the charge fairly well here. Also, the Famir can sunder the armor of the Archmage, so his lack of armor piercing damage won't be so much of an issue. That is if the Famir comes in to help, which, I mean, the Famir also has armor piercing melee damage. Should definitely move in to help. Even despite the low melee attack, getting attacks in the rear or side of the Archmage would be good, but I guess doesn't want to get tangled up with the Phoenix Guard, which definitely makes sense. That said, Toxic Fireball kind of looking around now and realizing, like, oh man, I've got to contest these side objectives. I don't have any mobile units, really, in order to do so. The Trolls, despite having taken horrific damage, will come back from route continuously and keep regenerating. They still got 12 unit models online, so honestly, just leaving these guys back for the time being to kind of replenish and then come in a second wave would be quite beneficial. Throwing axes and javelins going to try and get in range here to finish off the Phoenix Guard, who are eating another Earthblood there. And yeah, Toxic Fireball definitely needs to start peeling some units around to get on these side objectives. And at the same time, try and continue to build defense here in the center. Wulfric kind of dipping and dodging a little bit there. Another Pit of Shade is going to be unleashed in the back line. Hits right on the Puremain Company and Lothern Sea Guard, so really nice value there. Although those Lothern Sea Guard have pretty much used up all of their ammunition at this point. That is true of these other Lothern Sea Guards as well. And Javelins, throwing axes coming in. They're not doing a ton right now to the Phoenix Guard. A counterfire probably will finish off those throwing axes, actually. But, you know, it's something. Every little bit helps, certainly. Some fresh Sisters of Avalorn coming out now, though, and it looks like the dragon drops down to secure the side objective. Got the Lyrian Reavers in support now. Should be quite brutal. Yeah, Beasts of Tashnar and Poison Warhound's going to try and pull away from that situation. Got some Skin Wolves coming in. Yeah, unfortunately, the Beasts of Tashnar still get terrified, but the Skin Wolves should be able to come through, help screen out those Reavers, maybe get them back. Oh, no, it looks like they're going to tear route straight off the side of the map. No, they recover their leadership right before they do, which is fantastic. Yeah, Pink Enema definitely needs to just get a mass attack order in here immediately. Maybe even attack the dragon itself so they can't get back up in the air. But, yep, there we go. Full surround. Nicely done. Dragon Mage won't take too much damage initially, but the poison should be able to help it keep... Oh, no. Dwellers Below being unleashed there, though. That is going to be pretty nasty. We'll do a severe amount of damage. Even to the Skin Wolves, they're going to suffer very badly in that engagement. So that is a way for Hiles to kind of seize decisive control on the army damage value. And Toxic Fireball able to push back a number of units there. Dwellers just so strong at punishing mobs of any type of units, especially monstrous infantry, though. Yeah, huge value lead. Absolutely huge value lead, like 2,000 resources for Toxic Fireball here. Pink Enema's punching back, though. Another beautiful Pit of Shades, and this infantry push here in the center has some teeth, although it is mostly just Marauders. There's some champions in here. The regrouped Ice Trolls are also coming in for another round, although just there's like 1 or 2 volleys should be able to beat them back. Oh, excuse me, up on the high ground. Pink Enema continuing to pressure, though. As soon as the dragon goes away, got double Skin Wolves now, despite the wolf pack getting pushed back earlier. Double Skin Wolves immediately pressure, and Toxic Fireball not leaving enough to hold that objective. Instead, they're going to be pushed away, and the Skin Wolves should be able to cap that. A really nice breath attack, though. Oh, man, just savages those Trolls. Dive down. The Archmage is able to immediately counterattack that and push it back. Laura Boats is no more. I would imagine all the charges have been used at this point, but Yeah, maybe there's any more Winds of Magic left. Yes, it looks like the Skin Wolves are not capturing the objective. I'm not sure exactly why. They kind of just pulled back there. But if they could have captured that objective, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's now enough mobile resources for the High Elves with these Reavers repositioning and with the Dragon. They could have been killed relatively easily, but yeah. Norsca's having a hard time getting rid of all the Elves in mid. It's true. Yeah, once the AoE damage runs out for them, they run out of charges, run out of Winds of Magic. You could actually, if you were to get Wulfric out of this blob and retreat him, bring him back in for relatively cheap, you could get more charges of Lore of Boats. But it's going to be tricky to try and execute that, and a nice Dragon Breath attack on those Javelins just cuts the unit center in half. You got more Skin Wolves coming out, the Beasts of Tashnar as well. So the Wolf Pack definitely needs to attack. I mean, Pinkenema's got some time, but if they were able to get 2 cap, wouldn't be that much more. They would need to get into a 1 cap situation, right? Like, they're relatively close right now. Yeah, another like 200 points or so would get them into a 1 cap situation, but let's see. Looks like the Reavers are going to pull into kind of spread out positioning here, try and get those Skin Wolves all out of position. Melee Reavers eat Piece of Tashnar charge, and oh man, it does a lot of damage. The other Reavers there are not engaged on, as the Skin Wolves catch this unit of Reaver Archers. Gonna be tough. The other Skin Wolves, it looks like, yeah, I don't know if they'll actually collapse down into this pocket. They should stay up here and try and eat this up and take this objective, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do so. The High Elves definitely have enough resources to push over and take this at this point. They just have to detach a couple of units, maybe bring in some cheap Reavers off of a Vanguard point here and just park on this objective, and it would be pretty much over for Norsca. They really don't have the resources to respond to that right now. Beast of Tashnar coming through there. Going to eat up those Regiment of Renown Lothern Sea Guard, along with the Skin Wolves, sending many of them tumbling to their dooms. We've got more Poison Warhounds coming out. Skin Wolves also eating up those Reaver Archers. More Marauders into the center just to distract, I guess. They're not really doing much in terms of holding on to that objective, but let's see. Dragon continuing to hold there, repositioning now. Try and push back this threat. But more Skin Wolves moving through. The Poison Warhounds also. Looks like the Famir finally got routed away. And Wulfric I don't see on the field either. Let's check in. Looks like the Norscan units have a permanent leadership debuff. So, no, actually Lord routed debuff. So he must have been retreated. No Lord routed or died debuffs. Hopefully we'll see another Wulfric back on the field. But looks like Toxic Fireball has been able to just about catch up in terms of tickets. Now only a 200-point difference between these two. So definitely Pinkenema needs to get this second objective as quickly as possible. And it looks like they might be able to do so. Hounds on the objective. This other Hound, unfortunately, Beasts of Tashnar, are not quite on the objective, but it looks like finally they do get on it. And really they need to charge these Reaver Archers and push them away. Especially before those Phoenix Guard get in, start killing off their unit models as much as possible. The Dragon looking like it's trying to line up another breath attack. It's a little bit of an awkward charge in there, but does actually land the charge. The Phoenix Guard managed to hold. The Reavers also here managed to hold. The Beast of Tashnar getting shot up by a density of archers that is accruing here. And it looks like Pinkenema is kind of running out of steam a little bit, but we'll see. Still has 2 objectives under control. Yep, did technically get the cap there on this objective. So the High Elves now need to move in with all this infantry and actually recapture it. But it looks like we've got some Marauder Horsemen coming through as well. The Hounds are going to keep piling in. Poison Warhounds getting a great charge into the side of these Reavers. 2 units broken. Another Earthblood. Archmage is just about heal capped. Famir is also in here, sundering the armor and just being annoying. Here come the Jab Cav, though. Finally, we haven't seen any meta Horsemen or Horsemasters yet so far. But finally, they do come out. And will it be enough to win? Pinkenema's holding on right now. And it does... we're getting close. I mean, it's not quite to 1 cap. Pinkenema needs to defend for another minute or so this objective in order to get to a 1 cap situation. But Toxic Fireball making a huge mistake in not just peeling a couple of units to go up there. Like some of these Reavers that came in to reinforce on this side, even just one on this far side to forward pressure objective number 3 would have put, Pinkenema into a considerable bind here. But as it is, it does look like Pinkenema can defend 1 now and still win. So let's see if Toxic Fireball realizes that, realizes they need to actually go in for a full triple cap. Or, I mean, it is close. Oh boy, it's close. They actually might not need to, actually. I'm looking at the math now. It's going to be tricky. It'll be a very, very tight finish, but we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, I think it is actually in 3 cap zone for Toxic Fireball. I don't know if they realize that. Yeah, High Elves playing too relaxed. They need to 3 cap here. And I don't know if they realize that. And Pinkenema is also just kind of biding their time. You really wish the points were established in terms of countdown to win. Yeah, it might be a little bit easier to understand. But let's see here. Elves finally do get some troops. Sending some Reaver Archers over to that side there to attack. Oh, man. Oh, that's unfortunate for Pinkenema. They just summoned these Marauders into the center where they needed them absolutely up on this high ground. This is like the most anticlimactic finish for the one single objective. Looks like finally the High Elves wake up and realize they need to maneuver some infantry over there. And they've got a very limited amount of time to actually come in and cap this objective. But, oh, it's going to be close. Wow, it's going to be close. Oh, the Beasts of Tashnar come in. A valiant charge. They do a lot of damage, but it does look like they're going to lose out. The question is, will the High Elves be able to cap this space fast enough? They've got about 30 seconds to cap this objective, and I just don't see it happening in time. Not to mention, look at this Norscan pressure in the center. All of a sudden, I think they have enough cap weight to actually capture that objective. We'll see. But, yeah, 20 seconds to cap. They might. They might. Sorry, 50 seconds. I said 20 earlier, as if it's like, Yeah, I think the High Elves will actually be able to just barely get this in time. Yeah, sorry, now 40 seconds. Norsca, unfortunately, had they YOLO'd all of those units up onto this high ground, they actually probably would have retained this objective and won. Wow. Wow. Yep. I think Pinkenema there with a critical error at the end in terms of macro just probably summoned the units onto the wrong objective by accident. Definitely happens to me far too often. But they are going to be able to almost execute the cap in the center, but not quite in time. The High Elves win a super close battle there. Wow, that was close. That was as close as they come. Guys, absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, just throw those Marauders onto that side objective there right at the end. Norsca comes out with a win, but great job by both sides here. Super close finish. That Famir got some insane value on many Pits of Shades. And a respectable only 2 Horse Masters, which I definitely appreciate. Beasts of Tashnar, absolutely incredible here. I probably would have taken more Hounds, to be honest. More Poison, more Hounds and stuff. Even in place of the Skin Wolves. It's hard to say. But, yeah, interesting stuff. High Elf Archmage obviously going to get huge value. And then a lot of the Archer tools here also get some really nice value. Talons of Torquelade at 1,500, probably the MVPs overall. Reaver Archers, 1,297. Love to see that. Yeah, great job by both players. Super, super close. But Toxic Fireball able to just barely take it there at the end. There you go. All right, guys, I got to make a phone call. Bear with me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, apologies that took so long, but I am now back. And it looks like we've got Pink Enema's Skaven versus Toxic Fireball's Bretonnia. So we will get some Bretonnia. Not in the way that we perhaps initially thought. Let's see how they do. Let's see, get caught back up on chat here. Yeah, there we go. Yes. Yes. Chilly in here. See. Looks like they're getting ready to get started. Perfect. Yes, the classic retreat Skaven Slave instantly to avoid leadership and to trigger power grab. So that's great. That's going to be fun. By far one of the silliest interactions in the game, if you ask me, but there you go. It is what it is. Pinkamena. Have I been saying Pinkanema this whole time? It's definitely Pinkamena. Pinkamena. Whatever. It's all good. So for the Skavens, they've got this hilarious conga line of Night Runners here. We've got Skaven Slave Spears, Clan Rat Spears. Got Rat Ogres, Clan Rats, Poison Wind Globes. Okay. The Chieftain, who's the Lord here. Skaven Slave's the actual Lord, is going to get retreated immediately to give a map wipe leadership buff from the Chieftain. This is the power grab. It basically just like removes one of Skaven's biggest weaknesses by giving them a army-wide +8 leadership buff, which is significant. Definitely will help them stay on those points longer, and we'll see how it actually ends up doing. Toxic Fireball coming in with Bretonnia. We've got the Fey Enchantress and Henri, of course. Knights Errant, some Trebuchets, like Men-at-Arms with shields. Same thing over on this side. Men-at-Arms, archers, instead of the Trebuchets. Should be interesting. I like the pick of the Trebuchets to a degree on this map. They might have some line of sight issues, but smart positioning here to put them over on this side. Then have the archers move up and have mid-range damage on this side. The Skavens also brought Plague Claw Catapult though, so should be a little bit of artillery trading in this early phase here. Okay. Yeah, looks like split push from Bretonnia, weak in the center, whereas Pinkamena is Groups are ready to push in the center and on the right. So, should be interesting. Okay. Sure, they don't need me for anything. Looking good. Okay. And they're off. See how they do here. This huge blob of ninja rats. I like this color scheme personally. I'm more like the banner than anything else. This gold with a red dragon. I think that's probably one of the cooler banners. But secret ninja rats hidden in the woods. What will they do? No one knows. Bretonnia is going to, I would imagine, kind of defend these trebuchets. They don't really need to move up all that much. I would probably just stay where they are. But with all this Skaven stuff being hidden here in the woods, yeah, they're not going to be having line of sight on anything at the moment. But let's see what they can do here. All right. Leg claws look like they're going to open up. Surprised they got shots off before the trebuchets did. But oh man, shooting into those choke points does a lot of damage as those men-at-arms just get some pretty extreme hits there. Leadership damage is significant. But trebuchets still are somehow not shooting. They are just having some serious issues in terms of actually loosing a single stone. So far, they have yet to do so. And these Skaven units have been in range for quite some time. Don't mean to overly criticize Toxic Fireball's play here, but it's sort of inefficient. Finally, they're going to start throwing some stones there, making a little bit of contact on those Poison Wind Globes. Nothing too crazy so far, but definitely a good priority target to try and focus early on. Likewise, the Peasant Archers are also moving to focus. Men-at-Arms with shields, Spear Men-at-Arms here, and the Knights Errant moving to engage. If the Knights Errant can get a clean charge onto these Globadiers, that will be pretty ideal. Are those actually Blessed Field Trebuchets? I believe they are, yes. Interesting. I don't know how much that's going to help, but the Clan Rats do manage to mostly close the gap here, although the Knights Errants still are able to get a few unit models through and make contact with the globes there. Very important to shut them down. And also Henri and the Fae moving in to get the drain going as well. A little bit of Dwellers below on some Night Runners there. And the Clan Rats as they flee through this position. Mounted Yeoman also charging. So Bretonnia with a pretty decisive push on that side. So far doing very well. Meanwhile, they're just moving up to kind of slowly cap and defend on this side here. Not really wanting to overpressure. But, yeah, looks like some more Earthbloods there and a Flensing Ruin. He's trying to cast Flensing Ruin, but I think it keeps getting knocked over. I'm not really sure what exactly is going on there. It looks like he wants to cast Flensing Ruin, but then it doesn't actually go off. Definitely would be good, though, to put Flensing Ruin on the Fae and on Reed Blob wherever they land, especially if they have some cavalry around them. Ikit coming in on his motorcycle. Should be doing a decent job, and the Rat Ogres also kind of counter-collapse that forward pressure from Bretonnia, although looked very promising initially. Looks like Pinkamena is going to be able to push that back fairly cost-effectively. We'll see. Definitely anyone's, either person's win, potentially, and both players escalating this engagement significantly, piling in more resources. We've got more Poison Wind Globes. We've got more Knights of the Realm. Got these Knights Errant moving to engage those Poison Wind Globes. And then, yeah, Ikit Claw here getting tangled up with the Fae and Henri. Still no Flensing Ruin. But it looks like the Rat Ogre's there, tangled up with the Knights of the Realm. I don't know if the Knights of the Realm got their charge bonus, but even without it, they're anti-large, high damage. Should be able to trade fairly well there. Still no Flensing Ruin. I don't know. Oh, it looks like, no, it did go off there. Okay. So, just something weird going on with the tooltip, I suppose. Cleansing Ruin. I don't know. It seems like there's some weird buggy interaction happening where... Yeah, I don't know. I guess it must have went off, but it was within that area of effect, and the area of effect itself was kind of flashing on and off. Anyway, Skaven do manage to control these two objectives fairly decisively. It's still not contesting this Bretonnian home objective yet. Pretty much all the action is happening here, so let's keep it close in cinematic cam. More Knights of the Realm moving through to lance the foul rat ogres, and then collapse now the clan rats here. Clan Krizor, I think, is this one here for the Skaven. They are having a bit of a tough time actually getting to the objective, but they are dishing out some really nice damage in return. A lot of these Bretonnian Knights have run out of steam already. Mounted Yeomen also on the side here, cleaning up against clan rats, or at least attempting to. They will take quite a bit of damage there, but Ikit also taking some huge damage from Henri and the Fae. Henri once again moving into the center there. Nice friendly damage from that Plague Claw, doing exclusively friendly damage to the Plague Claw catapult. But it looks like there's the actual Flensing Ruin. Okay, so I can see now that it's on the Fae Enchantress. This is the AoE. It looks like flashes in and out. That's what was confusing me last time, but it is actually following the Fae around this time. Henri is taking significant damage from that. All the cavalry takes significant damage from that as well. So looking pretty good for Pinkamena so far, but a nice Dwellers Below shreds the Natty Ruler's sharpshooters, and there's always this side force that could come in and attempt to cap the center objective as well if the pressure is needed. Currently it looks like maybe it won't be, hard to say, but Toxic Fireball has been able to take this objective and secure it. Will they be able to hold it though is the question, a big question, as the Fae Enchantress gets routed there. That's going to be huge. She actually shatters, so she will not be able to be retreated, and unfortunately Toxic Fireball will have to wait until she routes and recovers in order to resummon her, which he should be able to do for not too much cost. We'll see. The Pegasus Knights drop in. I don't know, it doesn't look like they got that great of a charge, as the Rat Ogres don't get bursted down very quickly, but they eventually will get routed there. And the Bretonnians also defending these archers, still trying to rout away those Poison Wind Globes there. They're going to eat now a charge, I believe. Knights of the Realm, no, it looks like, in fact, they are charging another target, which is definitely a mistake. Yeah, there we go. Now they should be charging, getting that extra charge bonus from the Lance Formation, finishing off those globes. Skaven also perhaps preparing to push. Both sides just kind of staring each other down there. But Toxic Fireball looks like it's starting to lose out this objective. Pinkamena is going to come back and retake it. Forgot the stones. Love the blue and white Bretonnia color scheme. Oh yeah, the defenders, the Fleur-de-Lis Regiment of Renown, they do look fantastic. Like we got some Death Runners here. Vixtrin's Death Squad, very interesting. Come kind of clean up Ninja Rat style this objective. They might be able to push all the way over and actually get at those trebuchets, which would be pretty hilarious. But right now, Pinkamena in a very decisive position. 3,000 damage value ahead, and great battlefield control. 4 more units plus out on the field right now. And Beyonce just came to say hello. Bretonnia reminds me of 40k Empire after Horus Heresy. Yeah. Plague Claw almost shoots like mortars. Yeah, because the Plague Claw catapult is so tall and it does have a pretty decent arc of fire, it can definitely shoot over terrain fairly effectively. Certainly more effectively than many other artillery pieces, but it is going to continue to hit the trees there. And yeah, looks like Pinkamena is going to force this to a game 3. Doesn't look too good right now for Toxic Fireball. But you never know. Wolf Rat's coming through though to break this position. Try and get at those Bretonnian archers and secure the last objective. Meanwhile, on this far side, the Ninja Rats did get through to the trebuchets. Vixtrin's Death Squad moving in, assassinating the engineers of Bretonnia here. That is going to be it for them, and that probably is it for Bretonnia overall. Yeah, almost a 4,000, 3,000, 4,000 damage value lead. Pretty crazy stuff. And there it is. Toxic Fireball going to throw in the towel on that one. So we do move now to a game 3. And should be a nice, exciting one, folks. Very, very exciting times. I am going to go get some water for myself as we kind of review here. The Skaven's MLG extra leadership buff actually does help quite a bit. And then, of course, Plague Claw Catapult's just raining down value the whole time. Quite nice. It could claw with the Flensing Ruins. And it's just to break Bretonnia's character squad, which is not the easiest thing in the world to do. Along with the Rat Ogres in support there. Vixren's Death Squads finishing off. Trebuchets at the end was a nice style play for sure. Bretonnia, they just kind of struggled to ever really get an efficient usage out of a lot of their units. The Blessed Field Trebuchets, I like them on paper. In practice, pretty bad. I think it's better to just take the regular trebuchets and spend the extra funds to give them some chevrons. They have a better fire rate and better accuracy. But anyway, let me go ahead and go get some water. I'll be right back, guys, as they get this last battle lined up for this series. Okay, so finally we move on now to third map of the semifinal, and it's going to be Arnheim. So go in here, and I can't believe we've already been going almost 3 hours. Just kidding, it's like 2.5, but still quite a long time on stream. It is kind of to be expected though, about 30 minutes per match. So got a solid probably hour and a half left to 2 hours. Yeah. Hopefully we can get through these next few relatively quickly. The faction's already locked in, and should be getting going fairly shortly here. Okay, so Vampire Counts versus Cathay should be an interesting one. Yeah, Cathay has some pretty good answers to the Vampire Counts, honestly, but in Domination, vampires are very, very scary, so we'll see. Okay. Yeah, Vampire Counts is no fun. I guess I'll have to root for Cathay then. Let's see. Yeah, it would be interesting. Both these players definitely have their work cut out for them in the final. Bifos is a scary, scary player, very good. And my guess is that he would beat either of these players. That's just, again, me kind of making a, I guess, unnecessary prediction. But, I don't know. Personally, I would favor Zifos either over either of these. I can talk, I promise. I promise, I can talk. Let's see. Like they're picking their color schemes, which should mean they're just about ready to go. On to the final. Right. And here we go. Vlad the Dad versus the most OP lord in the game, the Dragon-Blooded Shugengan. That's right, folks. So Vlad Double White King is a build that I have not seen in quite some time. Backing it up with a couple of Grave Guards. He's got plenty of skeletons, zombies, a regiment of renowned skeleton warriors. And then the Cathayan side, wow, artillery, 3 artillery pieces, 2 rockets and a cannon. Green Gun Lord up in the air, some infantry to support. We'll see in just a second, but looks pretty deep on the artillery. Very interesting. I mean, we'll see how well that ends up working. This map, direct fire artillery works fairly well in this low ground area here, but it's not ideal by any means. Definitely not ideal. Oh, oh, Pink Mana got dropped. Uh-oh, something happened. Okay. Good. Good delay. Bear with me just 1 second, guys. I'll get it figured out. I'll be right back. Alright, so it looks like Pink Mana might have disconnected. I don't see them online on Discord, so we'll give them a few minutes. Just hang tight for me for like 5 minutes, and if we don't hear back from them, we might just have to default win for 2 Toxic Fireballs so we can move on to the final. But let's give them a few minutes to try and come back. It doesn't look like they're online on Discord. I just sent a message on Discord, so we'll see if we get any response. But bear with me just 1 second. Be right back. Just like that, we're all back. Perfect. Okay, take 2. Ready? All right. That's fine. Planning to gift him Horus Heresy. That's great. That is great. Yeah, so the Grave Guards, Onyxstein Stalkers. I'm from Belgium. Or, I don't know. I don't think that's right. Anyway. The Tithe here, zombies. Yeah, it's a build. And then this triple artillery with Jade Warriors up front, some Iron Hails, Gun, Spearmen. Yeah, triple artillery is pretty deep, but we'll see how it does. Vlad and the White Kings. Yeah, my pleasure. Glad to stream for you guys. Haven't been streaming very much lately over the past few months. I've been busy with real life stuff, but I keep saying I want to get back to it. And I just never really have the time to do so, but this is one of those things because I committed and sort of made time ahead of time to cast this Warhammer World Championship Qualifier. It's been easy for me to allocate time for it. And the Onyxstein Stalkers still have the bug where they appear ethereal, even though they are most definitely not ethereal. Looking good, though. Grave Guards also looking pretty good. I just don't love the winged helmets for the Grave Guards with like the bat wings on them, if I'm being 100% honest with you. Let's see here. So far, it's just chaff in the low ground to get blasted, while all the value is actually up on this high ground position. So I think pick a name of the strat here is just to push forward, try and capture this high ground objective, and then push here onto the second objective. The spells here. I would imagine it is, yeah, Fire Breath, Dragon's Breath, and Jade Shield. Both very good, very efficient spells. Especially if you have some additional casters to charge them up. Jade Shield is hilarious because it's a huge amount of damage resistance. You can get it well over 50%. Yeah, I think the Depth Guards... Well, another thing, too, is I think the Depth Guards were a new design, relatively speaking, whereas Grave Guards are based on... excuse me. the old tabletop model, right, for the Grave Guards and such. So, yeah. I agree, though. Let's see. Let's see. Jade Shield, application against counts. Burst damage wise, they might take Pit of Shades. I guess there's a small chance vampire counts take Pit of Shades, but I would think it's more to protect against... No, actually, I don't know, because they don't really have a lot of high shock units, especially against a build like this that's fairly defensive. I don't know. Fire Breath definitely makes sense, just to clear chaff, and it is very good against like ethereals and stuff, but I don't know. Have to sit Toxic Fireball down and ask him. Jade Warriors defending. Vlad's forces are emerging from the woods to seize that high ground objective. But Cathay's going to take a pretty nice positional advantage, and basically what Vlad needs to do is to come capture this objective and then just brute force his way immediately onto this objective. Cathay has a lot of defensive implements here, though, and they've got some peasant horsemen now to kind of threaten this backline objective. Let's see what they can do.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
That point's been capped. Yeah, the Talons are pretty good. I don't know, for chaff clearing, if you have multiple casters, I almost think just spamming Dragon's Breath, at least it used to be more efficient than Talons straight up. But I don't know, for me, against vampire counts, I'm not really sure, to be honest, because yeah, the slow, I don't know how wildly useful it is for you here. Anyway, yeah, Pinkamena rather, is just kind of making defensive formation for the time being, not really wanting to push down onto that center objective. Both players just kind of hurtling up right now, which, yeah, both of them have a huge amount of supply in reserve, too. I'm not sure exactly what Pinkamena is doing. Almost 4,000 supply in reserve. Yeah, looks like we got some Longmas out now for Cathay. So, both players just kind of chilling for now. Toxic Fireball slowly accruing a value lead, or not value lead rather, but points lead. And the artillery's also not shooting, which is interesting. Maybe, actually, the rockets are firing up to the high ground here. Will they make any kind of contact, though, is the question. The only unit they're really threatening to shoot here is the Konigstein Stalkers. But I think technically they are open fire on Vlad here. Yeah, Sky Lantern, interesting choice. I mean, it is kind of like an air mortis engine to a degree. They can pay for themselves for the course of a long game, but finally, Pink Mana has got the Crypt Horrors out, and now this army down here makes a lot more sense. With the Crypt Horrors, it suddenly gets really scary. Still the delay push, I'm not really sure why. At this point, Pink Mana's definitely got enough value to collapse and start to work down this army here. But the Grand Cannon should definitely get in range and just trying to start picking models off those Crypt Horrors. Looks like we've got the Sternsman here, yep. So, both players just patiently waiting right now, biding their time, not really doing a lot. The first value damage has now been made just barely over 5 minutes into the match. One rocket lands and does 28 gold damage value to the Königstein Stalkers. And that's, you know, like 1 unit model. Yeah, 3 unit models there, so... Slow push does allow Cathay to get their ducks in a row defensively, but at the same time, I mean, these artillery are not really doing a lot right now. Not outputting any damage. And yeah, we'll see. These longbows actually need to move. Right now, they might be in the line of fire of those rockets. Cannon hits, but once those characters get surrounded, they're not going to be able to be hit by the cannons. They'll just get locked in Foot Lord jail for the time being. While the bats rush over, they're going to try and get at the artillery. I would imagine shooting gun now, maneuvering, trying to pull back. I would just keep these cavalry close. Keep the peasant horsemen like right next to the artillery so you can countercharge very fast as soon as the bats land. One bat unit does get caught by the longbows up in the air and absolutely killed. Now another unit is going to be able to land. 2 units actually going to be able to land on those rockets and shut them down. The rockets had rained in a little bit of damage on the artillery, or on the infantry rather, of the vampire counts, but really not much, and certainly not enough to make it worth it. Jade Shield is going to be used there on the artillery, I guess, just to help them defend against those bats. It does look like the bats will be shut down without having done too much damage. Nice volleys, though. The Iron Hail Gunners kind of firing into the flank. Jade Warriors holding. The Peasant Spearmen do get terror routed by Vlad. Of course, he causes terror these days. Wasn't always the case, but certainly is now. And now the Crypt Horror, you know, full push is inbound. Let's get in close. All this artillery for Cathay thankfully does fire damage. It's going to do extra damage to the Crypt Horrors. Will also reduce healing for everything here. Super important against the vampire counts, but I'm not sure Cathay can defend against this. There's just so much value coming through. Peasant Long Spears get on those Crypt Horrors now, and the Jade Warriors also kind of get a full surround because the Crypt Horrors plowed straight through their lines. So the question is, the Crypt Horrors are a big one, right? If they can get worn down and eliminated quickly enough before they're able to grind out enough damage, that will be huge for Cathay. But the Graveguard's great weapons are also quite threatening here as well. They're slowly starting to cut through those Jade Warriors. Does Vlad have Dance Macabre? Most people don't take Dance Macabre these days, but this is one situation where I definitely would. You know, since you have the great weapon infantry facing off against these armored units, just to be able to burst them down that much quicker. But looks like we've got a Mortis engine in play now as more Cathay artillery fire just rains in. A lot of these vampire units are starting to run out of steam. Crypt Horrors there suffering crumbling damage. A beautiful fire breath into the tide there. I mean, I guess that was just the tide. Might have thought it was the Sternsmen, who are in fact right here. Would be a great target for that as well, considering, again, it does fire damage. And maybe that's why. Maybe that's why you take the Dragon's Breath over Lore of Yin damage spells. Because it does fire damage, you can actually reduce healing, and you can kind of spread that around both in time and space as well, since it's a cheaper spell with lower cooldown. Interesting kind of thought there. But regardless, bats eventually do get through, start to collapse some of that artillery. Cathay definitely getting significantly outnumbered here and outvalued and just kind of ground down. Although gold damage value-wise, it looks like they're far ahead. Healing of vampires does mean that that's probably not 100% true. They probably have like a 1,500 gold value lead, maybe, in terms of real value. Units on the field, Cathay also has a pretty superior position as well, with quite a lot of units now coming out. We've got these cavalry kind of standing around contesting this objective. This other cavalry can move in as well. Just, you know, keeping those auxiliary units tied up for the time being. A lot of their value is tied up in these range units, which can't really get in range to cap effectively. But the bats are, yeah, the bats are doing him a little bit of a favor in that they're perhaps getting some of those units unnecessarily killed, getting some value traded. Look at this. The Mortis Engine gets caught in open space with nothing to drain and just getting focused by missiles of Cathay. Very unfortunate situation. Shooting Gun probably could have dropped a little hit and run charge there as well. Pretty low risk, honestly. Not much there to punish. But now with the Crypt Horrors in range to respond, it's going to be a little bit riskier to try and drop in. Peasant Horsemen, Jade Lancers, though, will respond. Nice charge. Love me some heavy cavalry charges. Human heavy cavalry charges, especially. These Jade Lancers thundering in. Lances couched. Shields forward, and they penetrate quite deeply here. A lot of these Cathayan infantry are now going to tear route, but that charge bonus active, they should be able to do some burst damage to the Mortis Engine. Those rockets, man, the rockets have been so decisive. Let's take a look at the damage value here. 1,400, almost 200 kills there. Over 200 kills, over 1,400 there. And the Grand Cannon. The one sort of ugly duckling piece here. 1,100 on 30 kills, been focusing those larger targets efficiently. So some great artillery play from Toxic Fireball here. Cathay showing their strength. They're playing this more or less like a land battle, even in some ways better than a land battle in terms of using artillery, because you can keep bringing in reinforcements to ensure their safety. Vlad and the character squad have penetrated quite far through, and Toxic Fireball still is not able to claim this center objective. You know, just by capture weight here, it is the typical Cathay problem that they win decisively, excuse me, on damage value, but still aren't able to actually cap the objectives. But we'll see. Up on the high ground here, all it would take is a couple of units kind of coming in and running circles around those spears. Likewise, in the low ground, I don't know, Vlad and his force coming through and just tying up a lot of value in this back line. And as Cathay starts to retreat units, we're going to retreat some of their missile units here. A lot of these very tattered, you know, units are also going to get routed off. But like here, I would definitely peel this Jade Halberd onto the center, drop with the Longnas and the shooting guns so you can win that fight and then actually start to capture that objective, because ultimately Toxic Fireball is playing domination and not land battles, as much as Cathay would like to think this is a land battle. They're playing it like one and winning it like it is one. Cathay typically winning in land battles, but here, I mean, just, yeah, need to spread that infantry out a little bit and try and get on some of those other objectives and take them. But Pinkamena is sort of sensing this, just summoning in a huge amount of expendable infantry here to continue contesting, just with bodies and other such. Meanwhile, Cathay also bringing in some infantry of their own. Would like to see some more Jade Lancers at this point. Maybe an excellent unit for finishing off a lot of this weekend stuff for the vampire counts. Just kind of like this unit here, decisively finishing off those Crypt Horrors. Same thing here, like these Crypt Horrors getting finished by Jade Lancers. Definitely need them now to redeploy onto the objectives and start to take those. Jade Lancers, I mean, two of them sandwiching these Skeleton Spearmen would probably just win that objective and be able to take it. So at this point, Toxic Fireball has some options. But the biggest is just to get something onto the objective to make sure you're capturing. A nice fire breath there. And will the... Oh, man, it's sort of a race to the line at this point as the Jade Halberds are... Yes, they will be able to get onto the objective. Start that capture weight. The Jade... Peasant Horsemen also charging down, finishing off those Skeleton Warriors there. Longmas jumping in. This is what I'm saying. You need some infantry to go along with all these flying units to actually get some capture weight down. Over on this side here, Jade Warrior is holding up just fine against all of this chaff, and the Jade tier units will be able to defend against Skeleton tier units with no problems at all. So all you need to do is just get them onto the objective. But like, again, these Peasant Long Spears fighting Vlad inefficiently, just bypass him. No need to even stand and fight there. Get on that objective, but still plenty of time. Certainly think Mena is just now about to take a lead on objective points here. Toxic Fireball still seriously ahead on damage value. Like, got some Jade Shield on the Jade Lancers. They fight that White King, just trying to keep him locked there. Looks like a Wind of Death in the back line. Better late than never, I suppose. This is going to wipe one unit of Peasant Archers, but ultimately they are just Peasant Archers at the end of the day. Not the most efficient use of magic, in my opinion. I honestly think for Vampire counts, in Domination, because you can resummon units, you don't need to spend as much on active healing with your Winds of Magic. I would definitely be dumping Pit of Shades. Just bring a Shadowcaster and dump Pit of Shades. Really not too hard. Feel like that's going to be more efficient and reliable than something like Wind of Death, which, don't get me wrong, is very good. But yeah, it wouldn't be too hard to switch one of those White Kings out, cut all the spells from Vlad, switch one of the White Kings out for a Shadows Caster. But oh, the Juicy Blob! Oh, the Juicy Blob for that Fire Breath. Jade Warriors, Peasant Long Spears fighting. The Iron Hail Gunners are also on the objective, which is super important at this point. Rockets are going to rain in some more fire, but I'm just not sure. We'll see. I mean, here, this is what I'm saying. You get some Jade Lancers, you get some Jade Warriors, and just kind of stand in a circle around those Skeleton Spears and dare them to walk in one direction or the other. Capture weight-wise, though, Cathay's having problems. They're going to start to lose this side objective here, so all this stuff that's being continuously clogged up in the back line, even still, White King, Zombies, Summons, and Corpse Cart just continuing to annoy and harass, and that's why Vampire counts are so strong in Domination, because they are literally the most annoying thing ever to deal with. So there you go. Excuse me. Looks like the Vampire counts. Oh man, those Feasters going to take a huge charge from Jade Lancers straight to the face. They have terrible AP values as well, so they're really not going to do well at all in that fight. Cathay should be able to take that objective pretty decisively. Unfortunately, though, I think they're technically 3-capped right now. Yeah, technically all 3 of these are in control of the Vampire counts, even if momentarily Cathay just never able to capitalize on a 4,000 damage value lead. I mean, I kind of was joking about it earlier, but I didn't know at that time it was in fact foreshadowing to what the game would ultimately turn into, which is Vampire counts just win on capture weight, even though Cathay is winning the battle. The friendly fire, yeah, that was a pretty decisive friendly fire, too. The leadership damage of being shot by artillery is pretty significant. So, we'll see. Cathay might be able to retain control of an objective or two here, but it looks like, yeah, they did get that top ground objective to staunch the bleeding momentarily, but it wasn't enough, and Pinkamena will take the win. So, that's GG. Cathay lack of mobility coming back to haunt them, and the massive bodies and capture weight of the Vampire Coast carrying them through the horrific damage. And man, look at the yeah, the rockets, artillery we already kind of looked at. Impressive kill totals even on these Jade Warriors as well. But man, Vlad, 320 kills, 145 for this White King, 99 for this White King. Graveguards did a decent job as well. Mortis Engine, 151 kills, despite not being for very long, and despite being kind of misused, arguably. Yeah, what a fun faction Vampire counts are. It's true. They're the most fun. So, there you go. And now, with that, we will be moving on to the final. So, lift us in here and get it going. Bear with me, guys. I'm going to switch the scoreboard out, do a couple of things. I'll be right back. Okay, looks like we're just about ready to get started. Got Inkmana versus Ziphos. Should be a great time. See what they got. All right. Let's see, Sorry, people are just sending me some messages right now. You guys are talking about chariots here. Chariots against Cathay is tricky. They're not the dwarfs. They do have cavalry. They have really good slows too, which you are likely to see. That said, yeah, if chariots will die if Iron Hails look at them wrong. Some chariots can work, certainly some better than others. If you have the ability to heal, like a single entity chariot, they can work okay. It seems like right now a lot of single entity chariots are just kind of bugged right now, though. Like, they don't always work correctly, but like the Nurgle, I kind of like the Nurgle chariot. You can take a missile resistance item in multiplayer, and of course has great healing access. So it's fairly recoverable, even if you do end up taking a big burst from Iron Hails, as long as you can get out of range. Although the Nurgle chariots are slow, they get slower with Cathay's abilities. Yeah, that slow spell's a big problem for sure. Something you have to be very, very aware of. Other character chariots. I suppose Cetro might be okay if you could... he's so expensive, though. That'd be really tricky. If you could keep the physical resistance spam on him as much as possible. Anytime he is at risk of Iron Hails, you just throw that on and he'll shrug off a lot of the damage. Well, the good news is that lawfully in Domination, you can literally take Skaven Slave as your lord, unsummon it, and then if you have a chieftain who has power grab, he gives you a +8 back-wide leadership buff. So, yeah, that's fun. Looks like Inkmana is going to ban Tomb Kings. So the global bans are Tomb Kings, Skaven, Chaos, and Slanesh. Inkmana then picks Counts, Coast, Norsca, bans High Elves. Let's see what Ziphos responds with. I'm going to pick Dark Elves and ban Coast. That means it's either Counts or Norsca versus Dark Elves. Dark Elves do have a pretty good time against Counts. I don't know about in Domination, though. It could be a bit tricky, but historically, they're good leadership, great offensive output. Murderous Prowess is literally like a direct buff. Everything you need to kill vampire counts. Leadership, melee attack. Their missile units are also better at operating in crowded space. I mean, you have like Scourge Runner chariots, which can keep up DPS consistently, even through. They literally don't care at all about like zombie summons, for example. Yeah, and then of course Blackguard's one of the best Lee Halberds in the game. Do lack healing, but also have immune to psychology and really strong offensive output. So we'll see. Dark Elves also have really strong with magic choices here, so go either direction. And Black Arc is going to be the map. Okay. Yeah, save the High Elves ban for round 2 or 3. It's, yeah, might have been better, but I don't know. Part of me thinks that just go up 1-0 if you can. Why not? Dark Elves still lacks DPS to clear blobs. Well, here's my question. What lore of magic and what spells did you make? In my opinion, one of the best things you can do is take lore of dark magic and just spam chill winds. Yeah, because chill winds is so magic efficient, it does a pretty good amount of damage. Also gives frostbite. So you get a slow, you get good damage, all for very cheap, and it's basically undodgeable too. It's super fast cast time. All of that combines to make, in my opinion, Chill Wind is the best. Especially for, like, against hordes of undead. If they blob up at all, you can get really good value casting it on multiple units. And you can also use it to damage and delay slow vampire counts infantry as they try to advance to a location, like delay some reinforcements to actually be able to execute a capture. Ran out of stuff to summon for the cafe game, was completely overwhelmed. Yeah, there were so many units. So many units. And it's tough too, because you're so immobile. But... let's see here. Chillwind is good for poking, not blob busting. I don't know. I mean, it takes a while against a blob, but most people would probably just go with Pit of Shades anyway, let's be honest, with Dark Elves. But, I don't know. I like Chillwind. Bad Blade Wind isn't a stationary vortex. That would make dark magic really strong if you could take like a stationary Blade Wind and I'd have to look. How much is Blade Wind? I believe it does a crap load of damage, but the duration is super short. And of course it's a randomized vortex, which makes it not meta basically always. So I don't know though. If it does enough damage and if it's keep enough Wind's magic to layer that with Chill Wind? Maybe. Big maybe. $11? Yeah, that's pretty expensive. I was thinking if it was like 8 or 9. 11's pretty pricey though. Because Chillwind is, what, 5? I mean, I guess I can look right now. I don't know why I'm wondering. Let me just quickly do this. Very briefly, and go look here. So if I go over to Dark Elves, Lore of Dark Magic. So, yeah, Chillwind is only 5. Pretty good. 11 for Blade Wind. And, yeah, Chillwind is 100% AP, which is great. I guess that doesn't matter as much against Dark Elves, but still. The other options for Dark Elves, really, I mean, in Domination, Shadows is still probably the best, because Pit of Shades is so reliable and is great for dealing with blobs. Yeah. It's actually, Chillwind is more magic efficient, though, than Pendulum, I believe. Let's see, 36 for 13. 16 for 5. It's pretty close, actually. But it is 100% AP on Chillwind. Nice. $14 base AP. So, like, that's okay. If I'm looking at some other Vortex spells now, I guess I could show you guys this, actually. So if we look at some other Vortex spells, it actually does more damage initially than Purple Sun. Purple Sun is quite a bit more expensive, right? So, yeah, 18 damage per second versus only 11 for Purple Sun. That's actually better than Flamestorm for the initial damage. So I take it back. Maybe Blade Wind is actually pretty good because it doesn't last very long. Gehenna's Hounds actually looks kind of appealing too if you can get a good cast situation for it, because Blade Wind is like a high burst and a short duration. It's only a 7-second duration. If you get good placement with it, you could probably get enough damage to make this worthwhile within the first few seconds. And maybe against vampire counts, this is actually, like, these two, you know, layered together is going to be better than taking, like, Pit of Shades. Because if we look here, I don't know, it's just so tough because Pit of Shades is so efficient for what it does. Only 5 damage per second, but of course stationary for a full 13 seconds. And yeah, it does a lot of damage. Upgraded goes all the way up to 8 damage, so. Interesting. Very interesting. Wait, what? Am I the map? Oh, I didn't realize. That's fine. Okay, I guess I am the host. Blade Wind has only a 10 radius compared to Pit's 15. Interesting. Okay, interesting. Although Blade Wind is going to move, right? Whereas Pit is, again, which is, yeah, it's tough. I'll have to do some experimentation. On paper, Blade Wind looks like, out of the randomized vortexes, Blade Wind looks like one of the easiest ones to use because it is short duration, high burst, and get, again, most of the damage initially. Let's see. Looks like we've got Malekith, so probably just Soul Stealer. Maybe Chillwind or Blade Wind, but most likely just Soul Stealer. A couple of Scourge Chariots and some Blackheart Corsairs, 2 melee, 4 hand bows. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So looking potentially for some kiting in space on Blackheart, defending their home turf against the foul vampire counts. Malice plus Firecaster? Maybe. Maybe. Lore of Fire seems decent. Okay, then Vlad here, coming in with double corpse cards, Unholy Lodestone, Unholy Lodestone. He's got 2 White Kings, so going to be trying to get a heal blob set up in 2 different locations, probably here and on the low ground. Malekith is on the dragon, though, so he's going to have heavy physical resistance and armor, which will make him very tough for the vampire counts to get damage against him. 90 armor, 10%, 15% rather, physical resistance. Those 2 things, together with 48 melee defense, the fact that he can fly, he's got the self-healing with Soul Stealer, Gaze of Malice, and Breath Attacks for more AoE damage. And Malekith looking pretty scary. Question is, will he be able to burst through targets enough, get enough capture weight down? This is a pretty small army initially for Xiphos. Only 9 units against 17 units of Pinkamena here, which is just typical of how this, how elves usually fight against vampire counts. But we'll see. Such a small build here. I'm genuinely worried. Let's see. Let's see.
shall be so.
Did I forget to update the factions here? Definitely possible I did. There we go. There we go. Much better. And Scourge Runner is going to come forward. I would imagine they're probably going to shoot the corpse cart just to get rid of the free self-healing, although Vlad's also a valid target, I suppose. Let's see. Scourge Runner's moving into range here. Like they're going to be shooting Vlad. Vlad does not care about those shots. We'll shrug them off, no problem. But the chariots may just charge. So that's also something they could do. Yeah, why not? Just charge into those spears. Sure. Get a little hit and run, pull back away without taking much damage, and essentially just get some free DPS on these vampire counts. But gonna be tough. So much HP to get rid of. Malekith trundling, trolling about in the air, trying to decide where to land. Another quick hit and run on those zombies, and the disruption is fun, but how much of an effect is it actually going to have? We'll see. So far, that's maybe like 50, 75 full damage value. 300 actually altogether. Thing. Handbows come into range. They have pretty good missile DPS. Despite the missile block chance of those skeleton spears. Nice Gaze of Malice here as well. Very early to use that Gaze of Malice. I definitely would hang on to those into the mid to late game for when the blobs truly get unholy. But here, got more chariots charging through. They managed to get those spears unbraced. And this hit and run with Malekith forward pressure is smart. But Xiphos once again makes a pretty critical error in not capping his own home objective. Definitely needs to back one of those Corsairs up just a little bit to make sure he actually captures this objective. Meanwhile, the Corsair handbows are here on the low ground to try and kite some of those units out and away. Get some free damage there. But yeah, a little bit tough. Hopefully these Dark Riders come over and actually cap this objective, because right now, Xiphos is just slowly getting ever so slightly behind on a 2-0 cap. Let's see here. Value trade. Things are definitely looking pretty good so far. For the Dark Elves. But let's see. Handbows firing in. More hit and run charges from the Scourge Runners. And oh man, Malekith just trying to snipe Vlad straight up. Managed just to catch him away from the White Kings, enough so that he can get at least an attack or two. Karstein Ring's going to be popped for 60% damage resistance, though, and Malekith will have to pull away. He did force the Karstein Ring to pop, and it looks like Xiphos did go back and cap his home objective there. Getting at least some points now on the board. He's going to have to forward pressure, though, and the thing is, for Pinkamena, all they have to do is just stand here. Vampire counts and just continue to reinforce units onto these objectives, and they will win literally by just standing there. So that's fun. Definitely some fun interactive gameplay. But let's see. Corsairs, looks like they're going to make an attack here. Certainly that anti-infantry bonus and the armor will make them great for shredding through these chaff units. Likewise, on the low ground over here, I've got some Bleak Swords. Again, will trade very well due to the high weapon strength. Decent attack, 36 attack, 35 weapon strength will make them great at cutting through those zombies. Whoa, a little bit of wild swings of the camera there. I'm not really sure. Pinkamena rather, banking a ton of resources here, almost 3,000 value, which there's nothing in the Vampire Counts roster that even costs that much, so I'm not really sure, but just kind of saving, I guess, waiting to see where these units need to be deployed. But it looks like, here we go, giant doom stack of Crypt Horrors, Crypt Ghouls, and Mortis Engine now coming out on the low ground there. Not really sure. Those guys probably needed to come out up on the high ground to try and provide some heavy presence. But, oh no, this Wind of Death Oh, that's going to be nasty. Oh, man. Oh, that was like 1,200 value probably at least on that Wind of Death. Maybe not even that much. I really thought that would have been more impactful. It does rout a couple of Corsair handbows. Maybe not even rout them. Routs one of them out of the two. And now we're going to see a nice Soul Stealer. Huge hit there. Hits a ton of units. A lot of them are very cheap, but Malekith dives down. He's going to snipe out that Corpse Cart. Make sure to get rid of the passive healing of the Vampire Counts. And Pinkamena heavily reinforcing with Crypt Horrors and Ghouls and so forth. Definitely will be able to hold this objective, no problem. Now it's facing an uphill 2-cap with Xiphos in full control of the high ground here. And able to staunch the bleeding, get the Dire Pack pushed back. They are going to do quite a bit of damage to those Dark Riders, but the Dark Riders likewise high charge on them as well. We should be approaching Murderous Prowess fairly soon, I would think. But let's see. That is going to give a huge damage spike and a permanent buff to Dark Elves once it goes off. Yep, there it is. I was going to say, I think we must have killed enough unit models by now. So now, any units that get summoned in for the Dark Elves will immediately start with that active. You can see charge bonus and melee attack juiced up heavily. 45 melee attack on those Black Ark Corsairs with 8 bonus versus infantry. Puts them well into the 50s range. They will be able to, no problem, make consistent contact with all these skeleton units. Even the Grave Guards will have a hard time against them with that high of an attack stat. Great stuff, honestly. Dark Elves, such a strong faction right now. And as a counter to Vampire Counts, I love it. Although, this is tricky. Malekith YOLOs straight into the triple character triangle, which is a place he does not want to be, so he's going to go ahead and pull away from there. Thankfully, they are all foot characters, so he can pull away, no problem. Throw a little cheeky Soul Stealer to heal himself and damage them, and get back at it. Got the Karens of Cain now, diving down. Gonna activate their self-heal and start to whittle away at those Grave Guards. And it's looking pretty good for Xiphos so far. His Corsair handbows, Bleak Swords have just been holding down here for this entire time, basically. Despite the Mortis Engine and the Crypt Horrors just now getting into combat. And of course, they'll wear them down over time, but the handbows also will provide some really nasty damage to the Mortis Engine if they had enough ammunition. It doesn't look like they actually have enough ammo left. Maybe they've just been using it on Crypt Horrors, considering I only see one here right now. But let's see. You've got zombies and Crypt Horrors coming out for Vampires. Going to try and get at this objective, but I think Corsair Malekith build is going to hold. We'll see. Malekith is once again finding himself outnumbered by these characters. Going to see another Wind of Death come through here as well. Cuts up. Not even an overcast, though. Not the most efficient magic usage, but certainly is something. A little bit of extra damage there. Check in on the low ground. Looks like the Cold One Knights charge in. They don't have much HP, so they're going to take quite a bit of damage, but they're also able to output some damage against Mortis Engine there. Corsair handbows charge in. Their armor helps against some targets. They have decent enough combat stats as well. 32 attack, 35 weapon strength. Can fight these Vampire Count units reasonably well. Blob on the high ground basically got wiped. Yeah, when your full blob gets wiped like that for Vampire Counts, it's definitely tough to come back from. Malekith here has already got Vlad to his healing cap, and he's pretty much finished off one White King, so this is absolutely huge. If we check in on Malekith's damage value, I mean, we're only 9 minutes in. I say only for a domination game. That's not super long time, and he's already like 3,000 damage value. So Malekith is just a beast, man. So strong. He's one of the few that can stand against Vampire Lords, although probably knowing that, I might have actually gone with the Blood Dragon here, or alternately, if you're specifically wanting to kill Malekith and you're worried about him, the Red Duke, his Elseef ability hard counters Malekith because it removes his physical resistance, slows him down, and I think also removes his speed as well. I'd have to double check on the specific Elseef ability, but you know, also can take him on a dragon, also a very strong duelist combatant. So yeah, Blood Dragon on a dragon, or specifically against Malekith, the Red Duke might honestly be better because of that debuff. It's, although you know, don't get me wrong, Blood Dragon, the Helm of Discord on him is insane as well, and he's just, I think he's got more, like, weapon strength self buffs than the Red Duke has, but I don't know. Red Duke also is just pure style points. You don't get to see him enough. Anyway, Ziphos going to continue to hold. We'll see. I mean, Pinkamena is not completely out of this yet. Starting to push through and kind of get some value back on this. And Crypt Horrors are definitely one of those units that can get you back in a game like this. Likewise, Vlad has just kind of been grinding Malekith down for quite some time. Reinforcements are inbound for the Dark Elves. Looks like we've got some Cold One Knights. Infantry redeploying from the low ground up to the high ground. That frees up the Crypt Horrors and the Mortis Engine, though, to do the same. So it's going to be tricky, but let's see if the Dark Elves are able to hold on to their lead. Now, another Soul Stealer to come in. This should actually finish off Vlad. We'll see. The Soul Stealer combined with another couple of hits from Malekith should be enough to finish him off, but Cold One Knight's coming through. Let's get in close. Watch Vlad make his final stand against Malekith on Seraphon. And Cold One Knights meeting the Crypt Horrors. That's going to be a pretty cost-inefficient engagement for the Cold One Knights. They're going to lose that pretty decisively. And just like that, Pinkamena's right back in this game. You know, less than 1,000 damage value behind and starting to claw their way back. Get into position here. I think Ziphos maybe could have benefited with a little bit more anti-large type infantry, but let's see. I mean, Vlad is not dead yet, and Malekith has been spending quite a bit of resource and time finishing Malekith off. So Malekith's been doing that to Vlad, right? So Malekith needs to either finish Vlad or he needs to get in the air and start to run around and help support his units in various positions. We've got now the Corsairs coming forward. Again, a little bit piecemeal. Got to be careful. Malekith's also got to be careful not to get hit by these Crypt Horrors and surrounded. But another Soul Stealer. This one for real should finish off Vlad. He's down below 300 HP. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, Ziphos has just barely gotten a tiny bit of a lead and is already threatening to lose it. More reinforcements coming in for the vampire counts, more zombies and such as well, just to provide more bodies. And now with Vlad out of the way, Malekith can get back up in the air, and the leadership hopefully will start to drop on some of these vampire units to the point where they'll actually begin to crumble and, more importantly, disintegrate. Malekith going to drop a VTOL breath straight down onto the Mortis Engine, does a huge amount of damage. I believe also applies poison. Noxious gas, actually, minus 30% melee attack. I always forget that the Black Dragon has a unique contact effect on its breath that has that going for it. But Malekith lands, and unfortunately the Crypt Horrors are just starting to do an alarming amount of damage to him. Despite him attempting to take out that Mortis Engine, I'm just not sure he'll be able to. The Corsairs are moving in, though. The Handbows definitely need to get on the objective within capture range. Right now, they're hanging off of it, and Pinkamena's also just kind of letting all of this value sit here for free. They could absolutely come forward, pressure Ziphos' home objective, and try and cut off the reinforcements from reaching this position. Because, yeah, I mean, right now, Ziphos unfortunately doesn't really have the AoE damage left to clear this out quickly. And with the Mortis Engine almost at its healing cap now, got you know, multiple units of Crypt Horrors operational in this space. It's going to be really tough to dislodge the vampire counts. They managed to sort of rebuild this blob up here. Definitely going to be quite painful. But Malekith once again trying to jump to the Mortis Engine. It's a big attack there. Oh no, not crumbling. I know, right? Crumbling literally does nothing, but you know, we like to pretend. And Malekith likes to imagine that he can finish off this Mortis Engine, even though he is, again, getting surrounded by Crypt Horrors and getting continuously dragged into the mud. Yeah, Dark Elves bringing in some more units here. We've got some more Dark Riders coming in. We've got the Handbows within range, hopefully, to help. But right now, there's really not a lot that can be done. Yeah, the handbows, if they could get into range and all focus fire on the Mortis engine. Oh, the breath attack might be able to finish it off here. No, not quite. Noxious gas actually does hit those crypt horrors there. Ooh, a big hat on the big attack on the White King. Yeah, big hat. He does technically have a big hat, I guess, but you can finish the White King off. That's also a source of encourage that will be gone here. Crypt horrors rear charging though is going to do some damage, absolutely. Dark Riders now charging in on the side. Corsair handbows trying to get in range. The handbows really just need to focus the Mortis engine, and it looks like one unit is doing so there. This unit should be doing so, yep, as well. So you could get rid of that Mortis. You can see finally Dark Elves start to accrue a little bit of capture weight there. More Dark Riders moving in, more infantry Corsairs moving in. Does have enough time if Xiphos is able to get this capture executed within the next minute or two. He should be able to win on a 2-cap. Of course, he'll then have to defend his 2-cap. But it looks like the Mortis engine is pretty much done for. Just one more quick charge from Malekith should finish it off. The handbows also getting onto the objective here. Regular Black Orc Corsairs getting onto the objective here. Is it going to be enough? It's going to be tight, folks. It's going to be super, super close, actually, this finish. But yeah, Xiphos still has a little bit of time to try and get the capture executed. It's like the Crypt Horrors are going to be the next focus for the handbows. They're just such a good unit in this situation, man. The handbows really, really shine against vampire counts. Doing a great job of bursting down these Crypt Horrors here, although the Crypt Horrors are still holding. So frustrating for the Dark Elves to still be fighting dang Crypt Horrors, but they are still holding. Dark Riders also charging in on the Dire Pack. Do they still actually get permanent Murderous Prowess? Yeah, you see those units that get summoned in off the Vanguard immediately start with it active, and it does give them a pretty huge benefit, it must be said. Handbows now moving in. Oh, these Crypt Horrors. 3 units of Crypt Horrors now fighting as Malekith pulls away, screening through the Harpies there. Just need these units to pop. They are technically taking crumbling damage, but of course crumbling does absolutely nothing. Dark Elves were able to seize the objective, though, in terms of capture, so now all they've got to do is defend both of these. And this whole time, Pinkamena could have brought this critical force up and around to, again, cut off the reinforcements and pressure in terms of objective capture, but instead just leaving them, you know, camping down in the low ground. They've been paid off apparently by some Corsairs who live here on this Black Ark and are not contributing. Instead, this entire this entire zombie blob is being crumbled by the dragon here. Corsairs, Dark Riders, everything else just fighting tooth and claw, trying to keep that objective under control. And it looks like just barely Xiphos will be able to win on 2. Pinkamena realizes that. They're going to now finally mobilize. Better late than never, I suppose, although I don't think these troops will even be able to get to this objective in time. I think Xiphos probably had it. Yeah, probably has it. But we'll see. It's going to be super, super close, guys. Oh, man, it's going to be close. Yeah, Xiphos is going to win by about 4 seconds or so. It would appear. It would appear. Maybe my math is wrong, but
One of your units has been
pay for the full match. He's going to get his money's worth, I suppose. Although, look at this cheeky back cap attempt by Pinkamena, end around. Better late than never, I suppose. Got about 50 seconds. Oh, man, it's going to be close. Oh, the Dark Riders need to redeploy. Go back. And I would even send one unit to, like, just YOLO block this entire detachment here. Not that I don't... it might not end up actually mattering at all, but we'll see. We shall see. This is it here. This is only game 1 of the final. I don't know. It's a long time still. Xiphos still has, you know, 20 or so seconds that he's got to hold. Oh, but the Dark Riders now. Clutch defense. Yeah, clutch defense there, blocking right in time with the Dark Riders. Malekith himself comes through as well, and yeah, look at that. Look at how close that is. Within 4 points. Within 4 points. What a nail-biter. Shrew that, man. Wow. 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 What a game, guys. Round of applause for me. Xiphos just barely hangs on for the win by the skin of the dragon's teeth. Malekith, 6,500 value. Ah! I love that so much. I can't describe how much I love that in particular. Oh man, what a game. Malekith barely able to pull out the win. 53,000 damage dealt, 6,500 gold value. Corsairs, of course, get huge value as well, both melee and especially the ranged ones. Old One Knights don't do a lot. They're mostly cost inefficient here, but the Dark Riders, on the other hand, reap some serious value as well. Of course, from the vampire side, Vlad, 3,000 there. The White Kings do a good job. The Grave Guards also pretty good value on them. And, of course, the Mortis Engine, 2,500 value there. All the Crypt Horrors do a great job, except one for some weird reason. And then the Dire Pack and the Wolves also some insane value. So, yeah. Yeah, I will say, had Pinkamena moved up that side force earlier to threaten Xiphos' home objective, he probably would have won. Especially at a critical point where Xiphos was able to just bring in a ton of reinforcements for free. Ended up costing. But, yeah, crazy close game. Credit to Xiphos for just sticking that one out and fighting to the finish. So let's move on to the next map. It's going to be Crossing the Sea of Claws. What a game. What a game. Absolutely nuts. Wow. Just wow. That was... Black Knights would have done well here. I really like Black Knights. I think they're probably underutilized. Anti-infantry ones in particular are quite nice against Dark Elves because they just deal really nice damage for the cost. But see what they do for the picks and the bans. While they get those lined up, I'm going to go grab some water. I'll be right back. Okay. Yes. Looking good. This is exactly as it should be. Looks like Ziphos gonna go High Elves, Empire, Bretonnia, and ban Cathay. And since Pinkamena already banned High Elves, they can't ban them again. They'll have to ban either Empire or Bretonnia, and then face the wrath of High Elves. So Ziphos here, picking, banning, very smart. Now puts himself in a very good position to win decisively on a 2-0 this game. Let's see the response pick. Waiting on that currently. More Wood Elves. Unfortunately, it will be the High Elves, not the Wood Elves. Yes, yes. Looking good. Okay. Sorry, send me some messages. Let's see. Yeah, looks like the ban is going to be Bretonnia picking Wood Elves. So I guess we will see Wood Elves versus High Elves. That's it's tricky. I would say in the past this matchup has been High Elf favored because they have better armor, better shields, and can contest a lot of the Wood Elves' most important things. So, yeah, High Elves' heavy cavalry also dominates this matchup in terms of mobility. Wood Elves, I mean, Wild Riders can get some work done, but they're so tricky to use. They really should be like an 800, maybe not, maybe that's too cheap, but like a 900 cost cavalry unit for what they give you. Just struggle so badly against mid to high tier heavy cavalry. Yeah, I was gonna say 5 stack of Sea Guards, and even, yeah, I mean, they just, High Elves have so many tools here, but we'll see. I mean, maybe Pinkman knows something we don't. Can't even hide in the trees anymore because dragons are legit good, and they there's always a risk you'll see some dragons or other very strong fire damage units, so yeah, tricky. Here's the thing, if Dryads can catch Sea Guards, they can actually kill them. Problem is, how do you get your Dryads onto the Sea Guards? Kind of have to go with some weird stuff to make it work, but I'd be curious to try some things. Yeah, so much to think about. So many ability, as they like to say. Yeah, I mean, they can kill him faster than they have been able to in the past, but it is tricky. The high defense of Sea Guards helps them out quite a bit, but yeah, it's tricky. Definitely tricky. And unfortunately, like, Dragon on Dragon, the Wood Elves probably just have physical resistance but lower armor, and I think the Forest Dragon is just really like the cost efficiency wise, it's okay, but no, have to look at things. It's an awkward one for sure, but I'm curious. Maybe Pinkamena, like I said, maybe got some build we don't know about. But this could be it. Will Xiphos take the win on this one, or will Pinkamena be able to pull it back and force a game 3? Find out in just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and swap some things up real quick as I spy on their builds. Let's see what they got. Interesting. Very interesting. Unfortunately, I don't think you could go with an all-out full tree rush in this, as much as it would be fun, you know, but, yeah, it looks like Xiphos is pretty much ready to go. Pinkamena is still trying to decide on their army. Yeah, Hell's Riders are half the price of Wild Riders and do the same thing. They're actually better. I think they might beat Wild Riders 1-to-1. I don't know. Actually, can someone test that for me? Right back. Okay. No, Spearmen actually just have more HP straight up. So, yeah, Eternal Guards cost more, and I think they barely lose. It's basically an even trade. But, I mean, I don't think you'll see either of those units too much in the matchup. We'll see, maybe some Eternal Guards for the Wood Elves, but... Okay. And here we go. Looks like Deepwood Scouts. Interesting. 4 Deepwood Scouts. And the Sisters of Twilight, a couple of Dryads, a couple of Eternal Guards, 3 Dryads, in fact, 2 Eternal Guards, and a single Blade Rider. For the High Elves, makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's Alariel. a Arcane Phoenix, and it's 5 Lothern Sea Guards with shields and 2 Rangers help protect flanks. Interesting. Yeah, most of the problem is that most of the Wood Elves army just dies to cheap archers. So like, you know, faction that has arguably the best cheap archers. I mean, maybe the thing to do with Wood Elves, we see Deepwood Scouts here, but maybe the thing would be to just take 10 Glade Guards or something stupid like that. You know? Just try and create an overwhelming density of fire. And then go from there. I don't know, though. Even then, I don't think that works, because then you come back to heavy cavalry, high elf infantry, also countercharging you. Tough. It will be tough, but let's see. I mean, did Lariel actually bring Tempest? Let's go take a look here at Lariel's kit. She does have Tempest. Okay, so Sisters of Twilight are in for a pretty bad time. Let's see, though. These guys are going to be getting started very shortly. Pick of the Arcane Phoenix is nice, too, just for some terror and a little bit of punch. Also for air power. Yeah, no, Alariel's definitely not going to get gooned. If anything, I mean, maybe. If she strays too close and gets sniped by the Deepwood Scouts, I guess it's possible, technically. But assuming Xiphos plays this smart, he's got his Tempest here. He can try and bait the Sisters of Twilight out, bait their shots out, and get them away from the Deepwood Scouts, snare them with the Tempest, and then move in for the kill with the Arcane Phoenix and Olariel together. Meanwhile, Sea Guards pushing forward on 3 fronts. We've also got some Silverin Guards moving in as well. Silverin Guards, just great all around. Silver shields, great armor, great defense. They're an awesome defensive mid-tier infantry. Something on the level of like Chaos Warriors, but instead they have spears. Let's see. Gotta bring magic to kill the Sea Guards. Speaking of which, probably Dwellers. Yeah, Dwellers and Earthblood, typical. Lore of Life here for the Wood Elves. And the Deepwood Scouts immediately going to be opening up, trying to hit Alariel and the Arcane Phoenix up in the air. But right now, mostly failing. Arcane Phoenix kind of dodging some shots as they sort of get into a traffic jam in the air there. Sea Guards are also taking some return fire, mostly from the Sisters, but also a bit from the Deepwood Scouts as well. And it looks like the Arcane Phoenix might just charge straight into the Deepwood Scouts, honestly. There's not a lot to be done there, but a Dwellers below going to get unleashed in the center. That will do quite a bit of damage to those Lothern Sea Guards. Going to do quite a bit to the Silverin Guards, despite their spell resistance. But Arcane Phoenix came in and dropped the Flaming Cone of Diarrhea all over the Deepwood Scouts. Quite a bit of damage there. Wraps up not fully 2 of the units, but meanwhile, Deepwood Scouts' focus in the center is actually doing a great job taking out these Sea Guards. As they are distracted, though, the Deepwood Scouts No Tempest, unfortunately, on the Sisters, but instead, Alariel and the Phoenix just quick drop, terrify away those Deepwood Scouts. The Lost Sylvan Knights are going to be used in response, but both of these units have magic damage here, so this is probably not the best idea, to be honest. Although they do have Frostbite and enough speed to lock these two units into place. Alariel might be able to get away. The Arcane Phoenix also, if they get over-focused on Alariel, might be able to get away as well. But right now, she's just leading them back to these Lothern Seaguard, and because Alariel has AoE magic damage, right? And what I mean by that is literally an AoE that gives magic damage. This Bunavisha, immune to psychology, will of course protect against terror, and that magic damage, giving it to herself or also flying over and giving it to those Sea Guards, would be able to get rid of those Sylvan Knights in a huge hurry. Even as it is right now, I don't think they're trading necessarily cost effectively here. But let's see. Alariel does get forced to use Star of Avalorn on herself, which is not efficient at all. But it is what it is. Yeah, Rangers down on the low ground there, trading into some Dryads with the Sea Guards. Should be doing okay. High Elves currently only one objective ahead. Have not managed to actually seize this objective, although they are in a position to do so. Sea Guards definitely need to get onto the actual objective itself, but look at that. Alariel able to tank it out with the Arcane Phoenix and together defeat the Lost Sylvan Knights, who did manage to get some good value. They did pay for themselves, technically, but at the same time, tactically did not. They got routed, and Alariel and the Arcane Phoenix are still fighting. So, yeah, fix the factions? Yes, thank you for reminding me. I suppose I could, halfway through the game. Yes, we've got Woods, and then you've got the Highs. Yes, perfect. And it looks like, speaking of Highs, the High Elves here, Lothern Seaguard moving in to capture that objective. Meanwhile, we do have some Eternal Guards trying to get in position to cap here, with the Deepwood Scouts now providing some Overwatch fire. The Sisters of Twilight also look like they're perhaps trying to dive down, but Alariel's got to be careful. She is a little bit low on HP to just be directly challenging, but if she has Tempest available, they can use that to lock the Sisters in place. More or less, 60% speed is enough of a debuff that they will be able to catch, and the Arcane Phoenix can start to work them down, but instead, just a nice Earthblood here, a little bit of a nice efficient heal. Keep them topped up. We've got the Wild Hunters of Kurnos coming out. Could be sweeping up and around to try and get at some of those units. Wood Elves do manage to amass enough capture weight here on the center objectives to start to take it, at least somewhat. They haven't got full control yet to get the points from it, but Dryads moving through. They're going to do an okay job against the Sea Guards, although with the Lyrian Reavers to support, the High Elves should be able to win that. But so far, the Deepwood Scouts have been able to pretty efficiently focus. Got rid of a few high-value units and are doing a great job bursting down Alariel right now as she takes quite a bit of unnecessary damage here. Earthblood on herself and also healing up the Sylvan Guards, which is nice. Keep them fighting for some time and keep control of this objective. The Wood Elves were able to quite get control of it, and it looks like the High Elves are starting to push back that capture attempt. Meanwhile, the Arcane Phoenix just messing around here, disrupting the backline, distracting those Deepwood Scouts, not allowing them to fire. Oh man, that's so brave. And honestly, yeah, the Alariel's going to pay the price here as she dives straight into the anti-large Wild Hunters of Kurnos. She'll be lucky if she doesn't fully die here. It looks like she is going to, in fact, fully die. And what that means is that she'll start recharging immediately, but yeah, the High Elves do lose out on quite a bit of value there. You can see the Wood Elves now decisively ahead, about 1,500 points, give or take. Will that translate into objective capture success, though, remains to be seen. The Wild Hunters over-penetrating these lines fairly heavily. Lothern Sea Guards get summoned out in response, try and deal with them, shoot them, fight them in melee, and it's looking tough. I mean, right now, High Elves have decisive control here. And it looks like they're about to cap this low ground objective as well, which is going to force the Wood Elves into more of an uncomfortable position. Wood Elves pretty decisively in control of the center. Deepwood Scouts, not a lot of ammunition left, but able to still stand and capture. Let's see. Ziphos playing the objectives quite well now. He's down about 2,000 damage value, but has plenty of capability to get back in this fight. Yeah, interesting to see Alariel, I think, just being a little bit over-aggressive, taking too much damage from those Deepwood Scouts at times, and they have been pretty much MVPs for the Wood Elves. We talked a little bit about, beforehand about some things the Wood Elves could try and do to win this matchup, which is generally perceived as unfavorable for them. One thing was winning the shooting fight, and Deepwood Scouts able to do that to a degree here, of course with the help of some magic and some other things. But yeah, Wood Elves now able to get in control of this objective. They did lose this one, but yeah, eventually they will lose out on it. Question is, will Ziphos be able to come back? I mean, the damage value lead of Pinkamena is only increasing at this point as they get a really good surround engagement on the Arcane Phoenix. His armor was momentarily sundered there. Does manage to get a terror out on the Wild Hunters. And maybe would be able to pull away there. If it gets its Rebirth proc, that could be enough to stabilize the situation for the High Elves. We'll see. Got some War Dancers coming down now. And those Rangers ended up trading pretty badly with Dryads. I feel like the Rangers into Dryad trade is just not efficient anymore. The Dryads have always been a decent enough challenge, but now with the extra melee attack and charge bonus, they can actually win that pretty decisively. But let's see. Ziphos right now, about 2,500 down on damage value, and just struggling to get back in this game. The loss of Alariel is significant. He is being very aggressive with his Phoenix, hopefully trying to force the Rebirth proc and try and force this objective back in his favor. But the low ground is not looking, just kidding. I mean, yeah, not looking particularly great at the moment. War Dancers haven't even arrived on the scene yet. They'll be able to cut those Lothern Seaguard up no problem. So, you know, we were doubting initially, but it looks like it's going to be a 1-to-1. Rangers are so bad, yeah. Rangers are, in this matchup, quite terrible, I agree. Probably would have been better to just have a Spearman. And it looks like Pinkamena, 2,000 damage value lead, and also a triple cap. So I think that's, I'm not saying Ziphos can't come back from this, but it's definitely going to be tough. Nice Dwellers below unleashed here as well, eating up some Archers and Lothern Seaguard, and somehow the Arcane Phoenix is still fighting, eating a couple of shots there from Sisters, and a couple of hits from Dryads. Has not got its Rebirth proc yet. I don't know if it will at this point. It's probably going to rout. No? Oh man, it's so close. So very, very close. And looks like the Sisters are going to come fight it in melee. There we go. That's one way to force the Rebirth proc, and it does force the Rebirth proc. Absolutely huge. That does allow the High Elves to at least keep some value on the field. That said, their objective situation is looking very bad. These Rangers do manage to come back and perhaps can get on that objective, but the War Dancers should be able to collapse them fairly quickly. And yeah, Wood Elves' army is looking really damaged. Very, very much so. Yeah, the physical resistance of the Rangers gets cut through by the magic damage. Their lack of armor and, to a degree, melee defense also hampers them significantly against Dryads. Yeah, I mean, only 24 melee defense without martial prowess. It's tough. Definitely is tough. High Elves applying some pressure here in the center, applying some pressure out on the far side. Definitely not out of this yet. I mean, Ziphos was able to get enough points initially in the early phase of the game that he's bought himself some time. Do you unsummon the Sisters of Thorn here to get more ammo? I probably would, to be honest, once they've used up their last 2 shots here. Just because they're not going to do a ton for you in melee. Maybe it's worth keeping them around to try and cycle charge. and get some units dropped. But look at this. The High Elves able to claw their way back. And army damage value-wise, Xiphos has increased about 1,200 since where he was before. Is now closing the gap between him and Pinkamena as Pinkamena kind of gets a little bit spread out. I really think the Arcane Phoenix getting the Rebirth proc was huge. Allowed him to kind of stabilize value-wise. And now the Glade Riders are YOLOing into some Silverin Guards. Never a comfortable situation for them. And let's see, the Lyrian Reavers here trying to fight some Dryads alongside their Silverin Guard brethren. And the Arcane Phoenix also eating the last few shots, literally last shots of the Sisters. I think they have one more volley left. And then it's all over, but we'll see. Arcane Phoenix might instead just try and drop these Dryads. Flaming damage there, of course, would come in handy. A little bit of splash. Dryads are immune to psychology, but still are going to take damage from that. Yeah, just drops the Cone of Diarrhea instead. Wrecks that unit of Dryads. A little bit of Dwellers below. Spiteful response from the Wood Elves. Immediately, those Silverin Guards get terrified. And the Arcane Phoenix struggles to land in the Silverin Guards. The Silverin Guards themselves, or sorry, the Lost Sylvan Knights, other Syl thing. They are going to probably finish off the Arcane Phoenix in melee here. Yeah, unfortunately, despite the damage resistance, High Winds of Magic, it does explode. That explosion actually is going to deal a little bit of damage. And now Dragon Princes are here. Dragon Princes do lack magic damage, and their own physical resistance does nothing for them. Pie Charge, you would hope, would be able to punch through physical resistance of the Sylvan Knights and actually dish some damage against them. We'll see. Xiphos' objective control seems tenuous at best right now, and I'm not sure he can sustain for the win. Dragon Princes taking a lot of damage in that engagement there. With the follow-up of the Rangers, though, they should be able to turn things around on the Sylvan Knights and finish them off, or at least push them back, defend that objective successfully. We've got the War Dancers moving up and through, and yeah, some more Dragon Princes being called out right now. I love the late-game Dragon Prince finish from Xiphos because, yeah, it looks like the Sisters did get retreated there, to answer your question. These guys, their crushing charge in this late game will be able to just flatten a lot of tattered units, and like these War Dancers are going to get absolutely cremated, absolutely pancaked by the Dragon Princes if they're able to get a good charge in. So let's see how they're able to do. The Rangers trading against Sylvan Knights. That's a hilarious trade when you think about it. But let's see. Dragon Princes try and finish off those Glade Riders. They do. Now pull back. Try and get into a position to charge the War Dancers here. What do we got? More Cav, this time just Illyrian Reavers, and more Silverin Guards to defend. And it looks like Xiphos, he almost lost it there, but now is in a position to reclaim the lead and try and get back. Sisters of Twilight are back, though, with a full complement of ammunition. Pinkamena very patiently saving the necessary supply to resummon them. But Dragon Prince is looking absolutely fantastic on this color scheme. Probably one of my favorite color schemes for the High Elves. Few models get felled there by the Sisters, but that's not going to protect these War Dancers from getting crushed. I mean, the Dragon Princes didn't get the best charge, so probably not as satisfying as it could have been, but still, they definitely will do enough damage to win out on that fight. And without any single entities to snipe, I'm not sure if bringing the Sisters in was actually the right call, because they're not really going to help you cap any of these objectives. They might help you beat down some of the High Elves' heavy cavalry, but the huge presence of Reavers and Dragon Princes at this point is going to be a lot to have to deal with for the Wood Elves here. Don't have much in the way of anti-large or AP, and just generally starting to get pretty far behind. Like, this is, what, 4 units out of the 9 are like these tattered routing units right here. Another 2 are War Dancers, which are pretty much ineffective. There's 1 half-health Dryad, and then the Sisters, and then that's pretty much it. So Xiphos just continuing to scrap and fight. Yeah, resummoning the Sisters might have been a mistake against the Cav Rush. I agree. And it's not capture weight, and it's not anti-large. Honestly, probably just spamming out a bunch of Eternal Guards would have been better if Pinkamena had them available in reserve. But it looks like now Xiphos in a in position. Gonna send one Dragon Prince, I would imagine, or something down to that low ground to fight off the Dryads there and win back that objective, get a decisive 3-cap. We'll see. Yeah, Sisters aren't necessarily known for their anti-cavalry damage in particular. Like, they're great against single targets, and they're great against blobs of infantry, but they're really actually not that great against cavalry when I stop and think about it, so... yeah, I've needed some other tools, perhaps, and the double loss of the Sylvan Knights is also super painful for Pinkamena, too. That's like 4,000 value that was more or less just sacrificed. Here we see a good pick. Probably should have been, instead of the Sisters of Twilight, bring out these Wild Hunters again, try and attack. They'll definitely beat the Dragon Princes if they get a good engagement. They've got anti-large magic damage, 13 bonus versus large, huge charge bonus as well. But let's see. We've got some Reavers moving in. It's contesting. Dragon Princes moving from the back. And the Wild Hunters, if they get collapsed from multiple directions by these High Elf Cavalry, will obviously just lose out. They can't stand that kind of a concerted assault. But it looks like Xiphos is going to be taking the win. Yeah. It's hard to call it early. It certainly is easier to be an observer, but I don't know. Given that you can see like a cavalry focus switch to Xiphos from Xiphos in this late game, I would probably have brought a different response. But it's, yeah, like you said, it's tough, you know. Easy for us to sit here and say this or that, but to actually do it at a high level against a very good player like Xiphos is another thing entirely. You know, one unit I don't see very much in domination, and maybe one in this matchup would have been a really good call for this late game situation, is actually Zoats. Zoats are, I mean, against High Elves, that anti-large, armor piercing, their support spells could also be decent when helping to sustain a fight. You know, between the shield of, or what do they have, Flesh to Stone, which now gives physical resistance, I think, and the Earthblood. Yeah, it's tough. The macro element of domination is one thing. If you're like an experienced land battle player that's just now transitioning into domination, that's probably one of the toughest aspects to learn, is the actual macro. But Xiphos is not out of this yet. He's not out of the woods yet. He's definitely got to defend all these objectives, both of the ones that are under his control. He's got to keep the High Elves, or the Wood Elves rather, from capturing either of them, because it's still close enough that if Pinkamena were able to sneak an objective away, they'd be able to come back and still win. But door is swiftly closing on that. Zoats cost too much for low capture weight. Get parked on by some spears. Yeah. Their armor, unfortunately, is not very good baseline. If they had like plus 10 armor, might help, but Zoats don't even seem to do that well in melee for the cost. They really need to be against very specific targets. And I don't know if their combat stats are really high enough, actually, now that I think about it, against the High Elves to be effective. Yeah. You know, actually, I really like the male Glade Lord could have been a good option here, rather than taking the Sisters. You take the male Glade Lord, and you just spam Helm of Discord to try and equalize the combat stat difference between the Wood Elves and the High Elves. But there it is, victory for Xiphos, 2-0 in the final, and he will be today's victor. Of course, all 4 of the players you saw in today's stream will be moving on as qualifiers onto the grand final, so congratulations to all of them. Big thanks to all of you for joining as well. It's been quite a bit of fun. We've had some crazy close games here. This one was decently close. I do think Pinkamena, rather than bringing in the Sisters of Twilight, just bring in the Wild Hunters for a second go, and probably the Firebark Elders, actually, to defend an objective. I didn't even realize he had these guys, but yeah, just take these two instead of the Sisters at that point, and probably he's able to take the win there. But very close games nonetheless. GG's all around, well played, and it's a fun one for sure. It's definitely interesting, this matchup. Yeah, both players made some mistakes, but at the end of the day, one player's got to win. Xiphos macro-wise did exactly what he needed to. So hopefully y'all enjoyed watching this. If you're not a subscriber, for whatever reason, be sure to subscribe for more Total War Warhammer 3 content. That's it for me for today, guys. Thank you so much for coming out. We'll see you next time.